Good morning, everybody, and apologies in advance for anything that goes wrong with our meeting flow. And you'll see me in the position of chair because Worship doesn't have a good speaking voice this morning. So, do we have one apology for lateness from Councillor Ferguson? Do we have?
How do we do it? I can see you on the screen perfectly. Everything's coming up there. The sound on the screen.
Right. So I'll move that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive and accept the apology from Councillor Ferguson for late arrival. Seconder, as Worship. Thank you. Councillor Kloss, we have the West question this morning.
When you're in a you look to Stephen Covey. Seek to understand before you seek to be understood. So I guess that's a message for all of us.
We have a late item.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we do have a late item, a bit of an oversight from me, so apologies in advance. You might recall that we had a request, I think it was at the last council meeting, to have someone come and talk to us about regional housing, and so His Worship invited Lalai Irimia, who is the regional housing lead as part of the Waikato plan, to come along and present at this meeting, but unfortunately he acted so efficiently that between that meeting and now I completely forgot about it, so it hasn't ended up on our program today. So Lalai will be presenting at 11 o'clock, and yeah, we'll just make room on the agenda for him. So that's a late item with an administrative oversight. That's the reason, the compelling reason. Some people out there might want to come in. Why not?
You've got to bring it across. It's a place of worship.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. Morning.
So, Tony, did you move that late item?
I think there's someone else here. I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, and Sarah Worship, that late item. And then confirmation with that late item, the confirmation of the order of the meeting, that from District Council confirming the order of the meeting as indicated in the agenda. We have sorry, jumping down. Do we have anyone with of interest on the agenda today? So Council New Zealand.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so
that's all right.
Malcolm, you're first on the other
Same
list.
message.
Yeah.
So,
Do you want to come up together, or do you, so you just take a seat.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Malcolm Reynolds, dairy farmer. Some of us aren't happy regarding this government's health plan to implement 3 rules. So last week we called a quick meeting to gauge support and see if we were alone, and also to educate people, as most have heard of but have no idea of the implications of how 3 waters will work. We were not alone. Over 70 people turned up, and many more sent letters of support that we've got here. I imagine if our advertising was more extensive and we had more time, we would have received a lot bigger turnout. I'm presuming you have all been educating yourselves on how 3 waters is going to work. If you haven't, I suggest you do. But I also presume is that your education from the government sources is slanted towards its attributes. I see none. New Zealand on the whole does not have drinking water or quality or major infrastructure problem as they would have you believe. Other than Hastings, there have been no major breakdowns in water quality. Government will tell you 34,000 people a year have gastric events. There's no evidence of this. The true number is believed to be about 2,400. We are told by government that the only way forward is to solve issues regarding water infrastructure is to centralise control. What's wrong with how we do it now? Do we need central government to tell us here at our community how we should do things? I say no. Can a better outcome to our local water systems quality be achieved by giving away the decision making to central government? I say no. Government is being disingenuous by saying infrastructure will still be owned by council by giving shares in the new entity to prove this ownership. Question: what are these rights? What are the rights of asset ownership? At the moment, the government plan will take away council's ability to control all the operations or future investment in water infrastructure in your local area. This is not ownership as I know it. A report prepared by the Internal Affairs Department for Standards and Poor's admits water entities will have limited local authority oversight. All in all, a disinformation campaign promoting the need for reform of New Zealand's water services has resulted in the 3 Waters Bill that is now in front of Parliament. The bill passes control of the governing entities to EU. Water quality is controlled by a new regulator, and tribal members are being given control of the water services as at a local level. This is not democracy as we know it. This is Jacinda Ardern delivering on yet another Hapua goal. This is tribal control of water. 3 councils have just gone to the High Court to ask what ownership really means. The outcome of this will be very important going forward. So in summary, the 2 issues facing us are control and the ability to decide on the future infrastructure of investment. If we don't want to lose these 2 things, which we and those before us have paid for and looked after, and from what I can see, you, this council, have done a great job. Why give this away for cents on the dollar for a quick early windfall? Has this council done any cost benefit analysis? This new water entity will become sim, not look after our interests, and like we can, I guarantee the cost will skyrocket. Aggregation will not deliver economies of scale as they claim. Those 12 representatives will have total control over the water that flows in and out of your property and how much you pay for it. Who will be making the decisions in the future? Fresh water is a natural substance we all need. It should not be exclusive as to who owns and controls it. 3 Waters was something so important. Are you planning on engaging with your stakeholders? Just remember, you are here to represent the will of the people. This is all about democracy, and I don't believe democracy is being served when control of our water assets are placed in the hands of evil. Don't roll over just because you think it's a done deal. If every council in the country rejects 3 waters, we may prevail. More and more councils are being approached by concerned stakeholders every week, and this is continuing. Health reforms, Ōtorohanga, 3 waters, what's next? They rely on the good people to do nothing. I feel this is just another step in centralisation, and there will be more to follow. If we as citizens of New Zealand don't stand up now, I feel in a very short time this country will be unrecognisable and all democracy will be lost. This is called communism. Leading up to the next local body elections, a growing number of us are planning on making this an election platform. So if you agree, get on board. If not, be prepared for a contest and not be a councillor next time. If you're unsure of how many of your stakeholders think like me, find out. To help you out, we are about to start a petition asking for a referendum on this very issue. As you can see, I'm not a great speaker, but we got there.
Thank you, Malcolm. Are there any questions from councillors? Rodney?
Just sort of to make it clear, Malcolm, for people listening at home, there could be thousands of them. But you're just a basic concerned Dukie dairy farmer or concerned Ōtorohanga community person, rather than alliance to groundswell or taxpayers union. Or...
I have been watching this closely for quite a while, and then I thought, got to do something about this. You know, make sure that you know, people I talk to all think like me, and make sure that everybody's on the right page going forward and how I think. And I thought, well, how much support have I got? So I called that meeting and I rang Lee and told her what I was doing. She said, yeah, I'll help you out because I'm no public speaker. So she came and spoke. I had a small talk. She had a bigger one. Same message though. It's the same message. Doesn't matter who puts it up. Same message.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any councillors for questions?
I'll ask a question. The reason why I'm not chairing today's meeting, people, is because the voice couldn't hold up for the meeting, so my apologies. When those first lots of emails came through from Campaign Now, why is it an email that I couldn't respond to? Because I tried to respond to all the senders with the position statement of council, with the submission we put into the DIA and the government. The work I've been doing on the rural water schemes through waters working group to try and get better outcomes. It just would be really helpful if there's an email address that I could respond to with all the senders. Is there a reason for that?
I don't know. That was a template that was put up by, I think Groundswell started that.
Groundswell did put up a template email, which was to for each individual to send through their concerns, and it was done in a pre-formatted.
Yeah, and all of that is put down in my council, and therefore it arrived here.
Because it just like it was co at the end, and I went to send off to anybody who had sent off about 15 recipients I expected. I said, you know,
maybe they need to be made aware of
From
that.
my understanding on that, it was so that those concerned citizens can actually get their elected representatives know how they're feeling about through this, but obviously that's a good point to have.
Well, that's, I mean, I accept the feelings come in.
Otherwise you can't.
We all should say, but it'd be nice to.
Totally understand that, and I'll report that back to Groundswell as well.
It's a good point.
I'm struggling with getting over responsibility.
No questions. Lee.
Hi everybody, I'm Lee Smith. I am the local representative for Groundswell, New Zealand. So I'm reading off my phone because my printer ran out of ink at a very this morning. So my apologies for that. I'm actually also speaking in 2 capacities today. So mostly as the representative for Groundswell, New Zealand, but also as a concerned citizen and mother and grandmother. I'm an ex-dairy farmer. I'm currently a business owner, and I thank you very much for the opportunity for being able to speak to you today. So what I really want to just lay out here is just a no uncertain terms that this statement is actually a Groundswell statement, the following is, and then I would just like to just talk a little bit more in general about that and why I'm here. So government is taking the control of water assets away from local democratically elected councils and handing it over to unaccountable regional bodies. These assets were built by generations of ratepayers, and change to their ownership or control should only be made with a referendum of each council's residents. With control of local water assets heading off to major centres, rural and provincial communities will lose their say over how their water is managed. While many councils have stood up for their communities and opposed Three Waters, others have been silent or even supported the central government asset grab, all without any democratic mandate. While central government may be forcing Three Waters on councils, local government still needs to be held to account for their position. Local government NZ, the national body meant to promote the interests of councils and their residents, signed an agreement with the government that prevents it from criticising Three Waters. This failure to stand up for local communities is so fundamental that all councils should withdraw from Local Government New Zealand, like Timaru District Council have done, and spend the $4 million that goes to LGNZ on local infrastructure needs instead. And so this is my reasoning for being here as well. I'm actually an ex-Ōtorohanga District Council ratepayer as well. I lived here in the district for 8 years. Currently live in Te Awamutu, but there's ill feeling out in the community because people are feeling like they don't have a voice, they feel unheard, and they feel that there's been a fear-mongering campaign slime coming out of taps on, on TV and things that don't really truly represent our water state in New Zealand. And also the division that's been caused with the people of the country. So I'm part Māori, just a little bit about who I am. I'm the 4 times great granddaughter of Pākehā, who signed the Treaty of Waitangi. My 3 times great grandmother, Kairoki, was married to my English whaling grandfather, William Jenkins. They farmed market garden together in unity down in Ōtaki. And who I'm speaking with out in the community are very concerned about the divisive nature and the non-democratic process by which this government seems to be rushing through things and mandating new councils and without your constituents having a say in the matter. So that's what Groundswell would like to see as a referendum go out to your constituents to ask what's their, can they have a say? They should have a say. So yeah, that's our stance on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from councillors?
Can I have another try? I'm looking at the representatives in this room. I'm pretty much seeing the rural community here. Just keep in mind at the moment, local government's under a hell of a lot of pressure with the Three Waters reform, Resource Management Act reform, review of local government, so our focus is going different directions. I'd like, as an interest more than anything, past this equation. I was talking to Malcolm outside before about it. They've got the Three Waters reform at the moment, but the bigger part is the farmer, which it looks like everybody here is representative of, is the Water Services Act 2021. We've got the water regulator Te Mata Arawai, which is totally separate from the Three Waters, and it's kind of gone through under the radar about what our compliance issues are as farmers and providing potable drinking water to our houses. So I suppose the question that I'd put out there, have any of you followed through with the work that's been undertaken by the water regulator, Te Mata Arawai? Did any of you submit to Te Mata Arawai the opportunity, which is up until about 6 weeks ago, to make submissions into the reform in the Water Services Act? So I think what's happened in a lot of places, and maybe a lot of you have done here, and my concern for you out here, Malcolm's got 5 houses, which he now has to ensure that he's got filtration on each one of those houses, that he's got a water plan for his farm, that those inspections have been undertaken on an annual basis. So there's a lot of stuff going on the periphery that I think we haven't been focusing on because our focus has been redirected in the wrong place.
Yeah. I think the key word there was under the radar, and I think that's what people are upset about, is that there are things being done that are going under the radar and people actually aren't having an opportunity to know what's actually happening. There's a lot of confusion out there too, especially about the Three Waters issue, but a lot of people don't understand what it means. They think it's purely about drinking water and safeguard drinking water. They don't understand that it's going to be going to 4 unelected entities for control over each of the ABCD in this nation. So that's part of the reason why we're trying to come to councils and make the public aware of what's actually happening and to get more involved, really, because you guys are the public, you guys are the face that these people come to for answers. So You know, that's what we try and raise awareness of all of the issues.
So I will try and carry on in terms of where we are with the Water Services Act. That's had support across all parties. So Simon Watts, who's your local government representative for the National Party, he's all for the water regulator Te Mata Arawai and the changes that are in place there. So if you do go home and do some homework, again, I'm not saying that you haven't done this, but if you haven't, please go onto the Te Mata Arawai website and get an understanding of what the drinking water standards are and the issues that you'll have to undertake as a farming community. What I did as the Mayor of Ōtorohanga is I was asked to go on the Rural Water Schemes Working Group to ensure that we can get the best possible outcomes for our rural communities. And as farmers, we aren't overburdened with compliance going forward. We put a whole lot of recommendations through to the Department of Internal Affairs and to the government to try and implement some change there. But just be very aware, over the next few years, starting in 2024, and probably the 4 years following that, there's going to be a whole lot of compliance issues which you'll have to undertake as farmers, which are totally separate to Three Waters. Okay, so just be aware of that. So Te Mata Arawai or the DIA website to find out some more information.
And part of that is where they set the standard too.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
got to be realistic, you know.
And there's and with rural water schemes, with Marae, with Papakainga, there's a whole lot of different responsibilities that come in there. Look, all I know from where we're sitting around the table, this is one of the many reforms that has been thrown at us that we're trying to get our heads around. Leave it at that before I come.
Questions from councillors? Now, questions been asked. Is there anything specific that you're wanting out of the representations this morning that you want council to do specifically?
Listen to your constituents.
Yeah,
That's pretty much it.
Number one, yeah. I think the other thing, personally on my behalf, like, this is a formal gathering and this is a formal, the public forum is a formal mechanism that we've put in place so that members of the public can come to the meeting. But don't forget that we are your councillors on every other day
Oh, yes.
of the year as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Groundswell's position obviously is to have a referendum so that your constituents can have their say on an issue that they clearly don't know enough about and that they feel like they don't have a voice about. So,
And then
so
you will know what the people think.
that's right. Yeah.
So a referendum would be asking what?
What do your constituents want out of this? What do they want? Because that's who's paid into the infrastructure for generations, and they feel like they're losing control over that, which is in effect that is actually happening, and they're also being paid a lower price for what it's worth. So yeah, the referendum, obviously, you know, you don't obviously want to have burdensome things occurring if you don't have to, if it's more money, right? But so perhaps a referendum could coincide with the local elections. Or a QR code. That's something I know that Groundswell has put forth as well as an idea to cut costs as well. If you want the voice of the people to be, you know, to be heard and known on the issue. Because what a lot of people are feeling like it's already a done deal. You know, they just feel like, oh, well, we've had no say in this.
That's my feeling. The three waters is it's a loss of control, local control. It's centralised and it's
Democratic process.
Democratic process, and it's bad.
Through you, am I allowed to ask a question? Just in terms of a referendum, so Groundswell is going around the whole country, and so if you're asking all councils to do it, have you come up with a kind of position statement around what that question could be in a referendum? Because we all remember, what was the latest one? It was around the end of life And there was another one, you know how you have like you have an absolute statement or a question, and I'm thinking for it to be representative and give you that information, give us that kind of sentiment, that public sentiment across the country with the same question. Has Groundswell thought of kind of coming up with what that?
Yes,
that
yeah,
could-
they have.
yeah,
So
oh, cool.
they've got a working group, which I'm actually part of as
Okay.
well. Yes, and that's definitely ongoing, and
Great.
that's a question that's been thrown around right now to establish what is it they actually want to achieve out of this.
Yeah.
And because it's easy to go and, talk to council and say you're angry and blah, blah, but we do want to know, we do want a solid question to be asking
Yes.
people of New Zealand, what is it that they actually want out
I
of
just
this?
think if councils choose to go down that path,
Yeah.
then it would be super handy if we're all asking the same question.
Oh, absolutely, and
Yeah.
a lot of councils, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they've joined Communities for Local Democracy. I'm not sure if the Ōtorohanga District Council is doing that. But that's a question I just recently put to the Plymouth District Council. If you haven't joined it, why not? Because again, it comes back to the lack of democratic process appearing in this situation. Thanks. Oh, thank
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions from councillors? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And,
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And hopefully at the end of the day, we're all in at the right page.
Okay. So moving on to the agenda, we had confirmation of minutes of the Ōtorohanga
Thank you
District.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
For our sort of people, we've just, gallery is just leaving the room. So. Roy, are you still hearing us loud and clear?
Yep, you can hear most of it. Some of the gallery is a little bit muffled, but yeah, got the message. Yeah.
All right. How about you?
Carry on.
With us?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can now that you're unmuted. Thank you. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't quite catch a lot of what they were saying. But did they acknowledge that they'd received our statement of position?
No.
No, it's,
Or have they? Was
um,
it sent to them? Or?
Do you want me to speak?
Yeah, you tell them.
Why are you trying to speak? Through you, Madam Chair. So Max raised a concern around the fact that we had received that email to councillors that it had been copied into quite a few people. And then when we tried to reply, when Max tried to reply and send our position statement and what we've received back in response from the Department of Internal Affairs, it bounced back and the email address wasn't valid. So they have taken that feedback on board and will pass that on to whoever needs to know.
Right. But have they actually received a copy of our statement of position?
No.
Well, I think they need to.
I know.
Because
I know about it.
They don't know it exists.
Yeah.
I've pointed Lee to our website and she's read it and she was obviously one of the speakers today, Kit, so they're well
Okay.
aware.
well, I'm just surprised in some ways then that they haven't, if they've read it, they didn't recognise the fact that included in that statement was a statement that said that council had made no decision at that time to either opt in or opt out. And I guess the issue for me, and I guess for a lot of people, has always been that before the submissions closed, government stepped in and made it all mandatory anyway. So the lack of consultation with the people who are eventually going to have to pay for all this has been woeful. Now, it's probably improved a bit since then, but in lots of ways, I can understand where some of these people may be coming from, though I don't necessarily agree with it all. But I can sort of share their concerns about the lack of consultation and who's actually going to have to pay for it. And I think the other thing too that wasn't made clear was, from what I could hear, was that for urban people, it's 3 waters. For rural people, it's only 1 water. And I don't know whether they've made that differentiation. So that's another point that perhaps should be clarified with them. And the last point is that this isn't something new. This is something that's been around the traps for over 30 years. And I seem to recall someone like Doug Graham, the Honourable Doug Graham, was actually talking about this in about 1980 or 1990, whenever it was. So this isn't a new issue. It's just, I think it's just been pressured through now from what a lot of people see as trying to get it all through before the national elections next year. They're just a few thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. We probably shouldn't be discussing this item. I appreciate that Kit found it hard to hear, and so he's kind of catching up. But we do have a 3 Waters report on the agenda. And so can I suggest that we park any further discussion until we get to that particular item so that we're running things in the appropriate order? Is that okay?
That sounds good to me.
Yep, that's fine. Thanks, Tanya. Yep.
Okay, so on to the confirmation of minutes. We have the Ōtorohanga District Council meeting of 17th May 2022. That the open minutes of the Ōtorohanga District Council meeting held on 17th May, having been circulated, be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record of that meeting. Move it and I'll send it. Move Councillor Kloss, Councillor Dow. Receipt of minutes for the Kāwhia Community Board, 27th of May 22. That the Ōtorohanga District Council received the unconfirmed minutes of the Kāwhia Community Board meeting held on 27th of May 2022 as circulated. Do I have a that?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Kloss. Receipt of the minutes for the Ōtorohanga Community Board 2nd of June 2022, that the Ōtorohanga District Council received the unconfirmed minutes of the Ōtorohanga Community Board meeting held on 2nd June 2022 as circulated. Move it for that. Councillor Dow, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Christensen. Now, I didn't establish before I took the chair how we were going to deal with His Worship's verbal report. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Executive.
Kia ora koutou, on behalf of His Worship the Mayor and maybe a following our last council meeting on the 17th of May, outside of business as usual, I have attended the following, I being the Mayor. On the 19th of May, met with Sean Forgan prior to his departure as CEO of the Lions Company before he resumed his new position at Waipaha Networks. Met with Tori van der Hayden before her first wānanga for the Tulio program. Met with Gloria Campbell, the MSC Regional Commissioner, on the 23rd at Pātaka Kai to explore where the MSC funding for food distribution in Ōtorohanga is being coordinated. 24th to 26th of May, Mayor's Task Force for Job visit to Kaikoura and Huranui districts regarding community resilience programs and meeting with MSD in Christchurch. A Zone 2 meeting at the Don Rowland Centre on the 27th, visited the Business Collective and meeting with the Fortis Group on the 30th, Waikato Plans, youth training and employment meeting on the 31st, and then a low profile for the next 10 days due to illness.
Like to accept. Any questions?
Please don't ask the
I'd like a big report.
So His Worship is moving that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive this verbal related update. And with a second for that, thank you, Councillor Duggan. Item 258, Annual Plan 2022-23 and Rates Resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
I'm going to take the report as read because I'm not going to read through the whole plan for you because I'm sure we want to get home at some point in the next few days. Yeah, so this report, I guess, does three things. It adopts the annual plan, it sets the fees and charges for next year, and then the rates resolution, which is what allows us to actually charge the ratepayers their rates for next year. Before I get to questions for the floor, I guess Jeffrey sent through a number of questions, and there was some minor issues he discovered with the thing that we've I've made the fixes for, and I'll go through what he sent and basically point out what we've done there. So with regards to the, I'll come back to the rates resolution stuff. I'll go through the annual plan first. The word independence in the message from the Mayor and Chief Executive was incorrectly spelled, so we've fixed that up. In the capital and reserves funding statement, he talked about we talk about loans repaid and loans raised. And with those internal or external, we don't actually say on there whether they're internal or external. They are all internal. He suggested that we possibly change it because the long-term plan uses just the terms loans repaid and loans raised. We're just going to leave it so it's consistent. But for the next LTP, we'll making that more clear, less ambiguous. The governance and support statement on page 48 of the agenda, the capital and reserves one, didn't balance because the surplus and deficit figures were back to front. They should be negatives and they should be positives. So we'll fix that up. Pages 52 and 61, which is the water supply and wastewater performance measures. There was an asterisk on some of them, and he just asked what that was for. So there's actually, on page 55, which is the wastewater one, the thing with the asterisk refers to is underneath it, which refers to the mandatory measures under the Local Government Act. Unfortunately, that footnote explaining what it was missed from the other two tables, so we added that in. He did ask about some of the roading works that have been deferred that Mark and I talked about in the financial reports. They're not in here, they're actually going to be done as carryovers when we come to that in September. He also asked about better off funding that we're getting from the government with regards to Three Waters, because at this point, we've put this together, we haven't identified all those projects to apply for the money. That's why it's not in the plan. So that'll be an adjustment to the budgets once that, if we get the money, all that sort of stuff goes through. So they sit outside of this. The balance sheet and the cash flows, for some reason, the cash flows for the LTP for year 2 was $1,000, $1 million actually, thousands off from something that happened with the upper balance. I'll fix that up. Waikato Regional Airport Limited, we've got to capitalise the R Regional. Now, page 112 about the Kawhia water charges. So he raised that it talks about, he just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be interpreted or misinterpreted that we were putting water meters in to charge everyone in Kawhia. When I actually went back and reread it, because we weren't changing rates that way, read it as closely as of course we should have, it did turn out that it was a bit ambiguous because it refers to separate rating units with water meters are levied at targeted rate. Now, obviously, we've just installed water meters on 300 odd properties, so that doesn't work because that makes it sound like we are going to charge. That is obviously not council's intention. So we've decided to change the wording there, and we're now referring to extraordinary water connections. The Kawhia water community with water meters are levied at targeted rate. So that's anyone. So extraordinary user is defined in our water services bylaw, section 8, I think it was. Andrew actually said this morning. So we'll say in the document as well that that definition applies. So it's mostly, in the case of Kawhia, it's mostly businesses, not high schools, those that don't not residential housing. Is the best way to put it. So then we've made that change in the document. Brought up about updating the values for the rates comparisons or examples. We have the rating valuations happening in October this year. So once those come through for next year, we'll have more discounting those to get a better reflection of what the current values are. That's the end of that. And then just back in the resolution for the rates was around the targeted loan rates and heading 4. So the Kawhia water supply, so we refer to targeted loan rates. And the Ōtorohanga surge and the water surge say the loan rates, but the other ones under the Kawhia water, the Ōtorohanga water, and the erosion, I'm missing the word loan after. So we're going to put the word, I suggest that we change the resolution to include the word loan rate after each of those headings. So Kawhia water supply loan rate, Ōtorohanga water supply loan rate, and Aotea erosion protection loan rate, just to make it perfectly clear for everyone. And then the other thing was around the 10% charge for those, for the penalties, for water charges that are not connected to the, excluding those interconnected to Ōtorohanga. So that basically applies to the rural and Kawhia. So we put that in to be able to do that. We haven't actually ever charged them that penalty, just applied it, but it's in there. And so just to make that a bit more clear as well, where it says, with the exception of water by meter charges for those connected to the Ōtorohanga community water supply, we actually changed it to say for all water meter charges for rural and Kawhia water supplies. So we take out the excluding the Ōtorohanga and actually define the ones. This will find out the words slightly. After that, so that was all of those items. The one other thing that I missed, Andrew sent me through the fees and charges for his area. I've missed that he'd actually added a new fee for most of the health ones for change of owner or operator. So currently, if we have a change of owner or operator in our current fees and charges, they would have to pay the new initial charge and then have to go through the whole process again. So Andrew's put in a fee of $90 for each of them. So that's camping grounds, funeral directors, hairdressers, offensive trades, those ones, of $90 for change of owner or operator, which I missed to put on, neglected to put on there, sorry. And also he's added an additional inspections for all license categories of $165. So that was something else I missed. The email we've been discussing a particular fee and charge, and I kind of missed the other changes we made when I picked it up. So I'm just suggesting that we add those in as well into our fees and charges. So I guess that's everything that Councillor Jeffries had. So that's the fees and charges issue. So I guess, is there any questions about anything else that you plan?
So did that include any other typos or just not in the tables at the beginning?
Oh, there was I spelled the word plant wrong.
There's a table, like the table, what should be table 11 is referred to table 37.
Oh yes, I did fix those.
Yeah.
I went down, yeah, I did fix those.
So are there any questions? Your worship.
It's through Madam Chair. Thanks Kit, for those questions. One for you, Brendan, and it's just a loan clarification. Page 59, under wastewater treatment disposal cost of service statement.
Yep.
What was that the reason for the capital level service variance of 1.6 million? Can you just update me on that, please? Like in the long-term plan, we had 1.8 million, and the annual plan is 3.55.
Mark's probably the better one to answer that.
Page 59.
Of the agenda.
Of the agenda.
On the agenda, yes.
Yeah.
So that's the wastewater mark going from 1.8 to 3.5 for this year, the capital.
Oh, so that, I mean, we had the design work done in this financial year. Our early sort of high level estimates of construction costs considerably higher than we put in. So, put additional funding.
That's 3.5 total.
Through you, Madam Chair, was that what we talked about at the last council meeting?
Yeah, we had a meeting.
Yeah.
Months ago, discuss those changes. We see the costs.
Excuse me, just a moment. So, Kit and Roy, are you hearing our staff?
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the question was around page 59 of the agenda, which is wastewater treatment. And
You got that part? Yep.
And just the variance in terms of the capital program.
So I was just seeking further clarification, guys. Just short memory, just wanted to find out what it was again, because it's quite a substantial variance of what was projected in the LTP, which Mark went on to explain, which you guys didn't get.
Cost fluctuations.
Did you have anything to add, Grant? Are there any other questions from Kaya? How do you want to run this resolution? Do you, the live amendments? Yeah, so in A, adopts the annual plan 2022-23 and subsequent corrections. Is that sufficient? And then do we want to take the rest as read, or do you want me to read the resolution?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So B will also have adopts the schedule of fees and charges with the amendment.
Yeah.
As well.
Yep.
I don't think we need to read out all the rates.
No. Yeah, the only thing being amended there was those headings for 4C, 4D, and 4E. The loan rate adds to the end of the heading.
So what part will that be affecting?
That's the target loan rates of C, the rates resolution.
What page, Brendan?
So
Oh, yeah, page 31. I think.
31.
Yeah.
So sorry, what are you saying about C, D, and E on page 31?
So 4A and 4B are Ōtorohanga Sewerage target treatment loan rate.
Yes.
And the water supply loan rate. Just for C, D, and E, we're adding the words loan rate to the end of each of them, just so it makes it clearer. Right, that it's specifically a loan rate, even though it's under the loan rate heading.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we're just amending the headings for C, D, and E to add. No.
Yeah.
Yes, C, D, and E to add the words loan rate on the end, so it's clear that it's a loan rate.
Yeah. And then the only other change was in F on page 34. No, sorry, E on page 34, which is penalties. So instead of saying with the exception of water community charges for those connected to the Ōtorohanga community supply, we say for water by meter charges for those connected to the Arahina, Ranganui, Te Huraoa, Waipa, or Kawhia supplies. Just to make it clear that that's what it relates to. Yeah, that's the dates. Actually, yeah, sorry, it's the dates and the penalties.
Which one does that relate to again, Brenda?
So the E is the dates. Oh no, sorry, no, we don't want to change E. That's the dates. Sorry, I'm getting confused between the penalties and the dates. It's the it's GB. I want to change it. Sorry. Charge of 10% of any member charges for Arahina, Ranganui, Te Huraoa.
So rather than excluding.
Ōtorohanga list.
Yeah.
Okay. Saying what it does.
Yeah.
Again, just for clarity.
Through the chair, can I ask one more question?
Yes, you wish.
Guys, just clarification that the decimal points have been checked, double checked, triple checked.
Yes.
Thanks, Richard. I was actually just, we asked that question, just going to give councillors the reassurance that we effectively do a triple check. So we check that the those aside, the rates factors and charges, we multiply those out by our current capital value to make sure that we're going to get the desired revenue that we see in our annual plan, long-term plan. We check from the rates resolution back to the annual plan to make sure that those figures are the same. And when these figures are loaded into our financial systems, we'll check them again to make sure that they're being loaded correctly.
Brad has promised me.
And
It's like it ends on it.
as councillors are probably aware,
if you get this wrong,
Yeah.
it has quite serious ramifications.
So with those assurances from management. Who's moving that the Ōtorohanga District Council adopts the annual plan and subsequent items in the resolution? Councillor Kloss and His Worship the Mayor seconded that. All in favour? Okay, thank you. No objections on screen.
Madam Chair, can I suggest we take the agenda out of the rest of the vote, because of Lale, the mayor of the experience and
So, Marion,
Oh, sorry, who seconded that?
His Worship the Mayor. Second. So we're just looking at the agenda now. And Marion, 3 minutes plus or minus a little bit.
Stay right there, this will only take a second. No. Okay, so it's the Hollow Road Rally Sprint. Good morning, sorry, that's rude. Hollow Road Rally Sprint, they run it again. It's a great community thing out there. They will get on board. I think the school that my head has they are looking to do it again this year with your permission. Same conditions apply as the year previous years.
Speak up.
Oh, right, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Gosh, okay, so same conditions apply as per usual, and they have, well, it really is entirely up to you folks. In front of you, but it's a really, really good community event, that one. They will come out to support it.
Okay, so we take Marion's report as read and the recommendation. Are there any questions from councillors? Here, sorry, we've got a, yes, right, I can see you again now. Any questions from Roy? Sorry, you look like you might be talking, but you're on mute. Roy first, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, yeah, it's a great event, and I think we should host it. I do know that in the past, the road has taken quite a hiding from that rally event, especially during wet weather. So, so long as we're covered well for the a bond, yeah, I think it's a good event, and I support it. Yeah.
Very cool. We've actually held off on the maintenance grade until after the rally, so that anything that we invest in it is not going to be until afterwards. And they're always quite happy to stump up for the cost of putting the road right again.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. So, Roy, are you recommending that the Ōtorohanga District Council approve the application for temporary road closure, etc.?
Yep, I'll move that.
Can you have a question? He's on mute.
Can you still hear me?
And now,
Okay. Oh, it's odd because it says that I'm actually on mute now. It seems to be working in reverse.
Oh.
But anyway, yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure what item we were on. So
to item 260, the temporary road closure.
yeah. So I picked that up when Roy moved it. So if there's no other seconder, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much.
No, I've asked Dave to keep an eye out for Lale, so he's doing that.
Right, so do we
That's
want to
the
go
same. Yeah.
while you're
Yeah.
sitting there, Graham? Okay. Oh, we're going back and forth.
That was to Kiwi House.
The item 259, extension of the existing loan to Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So if we cast our minds back 2 years, we were all in level 4 lockdown, and I guess there's one thing that resonates with me over that time was our loan to the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House and the work that went into it, and the back and forth with people that were involved in preparing statement proposals, and yeah, it was a pretty interesting time.
It was a growth opportunity.
So anyway, I guess when council made that decision back in 2020, is that we were in a very uncertain place, not just around this loan to the Kiwi House, but what the world was going to look like, particularly around international tourism, how long COVID was going to be around, when were borders going to be open, when were they going to be able to generate any revenue, you know, and I guess here we are 2 years on, and we're in a place now where things are starting to change, but as far as our loan to the Kiwi House goes, they're in a position where they're not really able to pay it back. This loan would have been due to be started to be repaid in July next month. So this report is effectively asking council to approve an extension of that loan, both the interest-free period and the term. You'll see there that of the 2 million, only 900 and there's 900 odd thousands being drawn down, 335,000 to repay the existing loan ahead of the NZ that council was a guarantor for, and one draw just for capex for $649,529. So the recommendation is that we extend the loan interest-free period for first 4 years as opposed to the first 2, and extend the term to 12 years as opposed to 10, with the conditions being the same. You've taken questions on that. Your worship.
Your worship.
Through Madam Chair, just a question on the interest rates, Graham. Interest rate for the first 4 years, thereafter at 2.95%. Going where interest rates are climbing at the rate they're climbing, are we happy with that interest rate? Or are we being too optimistic?
Yeah, when we made that decision 2 years ago, I mean, that interest rate was appropriate, but it's just saying, I mean, it's interest rates have certainly climbed. I would need to probably, have those discussions with the Kiwi House, I guess, and possibly should have done that before doing this report.
So does it go the interest rate decided after depending after that interest-free period?
That's probably a good option. We could add a clause in there that the interest rate be reviewed at the end of the interest-free period, just to get us that out.
I would say so, because we could find ourselves being incredibly short-changed.
So you want an actual change to the
schedule? Yeah. It's just it would mean bring a report back to council, and then they may depending on the
So thereafter, at a rate to be reviewed.
Yeah.
Then with the date of review.
It would be 1st of July 2024.
Oh, you want to prior to that?
Yeah, effective from.
Effective from. Okay. information on whether that any visitor numbers since we've moved from red to orange and opened up the borders?
No. But the council's got to put this up, so pretty much need data.
Yeah, there might not be much representation there with.
That's sort of what I was going to ask. Are you had in the last 2 years? Like, was this an out of the blue extension, like
No,
this month, last month, or have they indicated that? Are they reporting sufficiently back?
Yeah, well, I mean, all the reports that they've all come back to council. I mean, they really should be reporting back again at the end of this month, so we expect to bring another report back to council in July. I mean, they've certainly had their issues, just conversations I've had with them around supply issues and just delays in their capital. We need to know where they are with their other applications for grant funding as well.
So is that a verbal reporting back, or are they actually putting it in writing? Like how structured is the reporting back? I think.
Yeah, I mean I think it's an answer to your question, it could be a lot better. Like Tim, I've had Tim being in Australia, he got delayed over here and COVID, couldn't get back. There's been lots of issues there. So.
I mean, I'm all for this, but I actually think that their reporting back probably needs to be more structured.
Yeah.
And
it's at the moment it's
seriously.
basically still just surviving on the job farm.
Yeah.
So we did increase the level of communication at operations level. Yeah. So that side of it.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think we need to bring a report back, as Graham said, for the end of the financial year. And we need a written report on the council agenda, and we need them to show up and you can ask them some questions. All right. So I support Graham. It's been quite difficult communicating, to be fair. And so I think we need to just put a bit more pressure on, especially if you're going to approve this.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, totally what I'm trying to say. I support,
noted.
Council staff 100%.
Thank you. So the resolution of for that extension, that also includes saying that repayments will be changed as well.
Yes.
Yes. We need to.
So how do you want to work?
I would say first payment due 4 years and consisting of monthly payments at your review interest rate.
So do you want me to read that, the whole thing? You've got that captured. So do I hear a move for the resolution that Ōtorohanga District Council amend the terms of the loan to the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust to reflect those conditions?
Councillor Roy, have you heard that? Through you, Madam Chair. Have you heard what we've got to with the Kiwi House loan?
Yeah, I'm following that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
Just around the interest rate and.
sorry, I didn't catch.
So the interest
Yeah, I hardly heard anything of what Graham said. I'm sorry, but so what was the issue raised? Katrina was talking about something.
Present in the resolution is at 2.95%, but given the current situation with interest rates moving up, that resolution's been changed to and thereafter a rate to be reviewed effective 1st of July 2024, and then subsequently the repayments consisting of monthly payments at the reviewed rate.
Just before it gets seconded, like just thinking if I was in business, I don't know if I'd sign up to a loan like that because you've got no idea what the interest rate's going to be at the end of the 2-year period. So there would have to be some sort of comment to say that it's not going to be 20% or I mean Yeah, I mean, it'd be madness to sign up to a deal like that.
They trust us like we trust them.
Yeah, well.
So this rate.
So,
this-
yeah, I'm not quite sure, you know, and but I do understand that at a 2.95% is this is what the market is at the moment. Who knows what the market is?
It wasn't even the market though, was it? It was
No,
LGFA.
Well,
Yeah.
interesting, at the time, 2 years ago, we thought that was too high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just how the rules changed.
You just put a clause in line with that LG, what you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I just didn't quite know how you word it, but yeah.
in line with the.
Like at the moment, we haven't borrowed against this, you know, so we've had sufficient cash flow to be able to fund it out of that, but if we have to borrow, there's obviously a cost there, and I've said that in the options, but the 900,000 that we've advanced so far, I haven't matched that with a GFA loan, it's just been funded straight out of our cash flow.
Can I just ask,
Loss. We could have been-
Graham, is the interest rate that you're proposing, is that aligned to the interest rate that we are having to pay as an opportunity cost? So 2.95, what is actually costing us?
Well, yeah, there's an opportunity cost in terms of what we could invest. You know, and obviously investment rates are going up as loan rates are going up. So it's probably.
You probably can't hear them.
Yeah.
So did you hear that, Kit, about the opportunity cost?
No, I'm sorry, I missed it, but
Oh, because initially we haven't actually had a loan to fund this. It's been, yeah, from cash flow. So
from cash flows, yeah. But if we had that money and put it into, I don't know, an investment.
that's right.
Yeah.
That was what Graham's discussion was. So
The difficulty is that you're trying to predict what's going to happen to the market 2 years time. You know, and even when we made this decision 2 years ago, we didn't know that with 2.95, even if they had been able to start repaying the existing loan, the 2.95 was too low. You know, so it's you know, you're trying to make a prediction on what you don't know what the it's going to be.
Through you, Madam Chair. So 2.95 that it is currently, how did we come to that? How did we arrive?
That was the rate at the probably the 10-year rate at the time with the LGFA.
So do we not say this exactly the same thing in our resolution? Whatever the 10-year rate is with the LGFA is what will apply to us?
Yeah.
So that we are protecting
Yeah, that's what you're
yeah. So thank you, Councillor Dale, for that. So at the LGFA, appropriate 10-year rate. Okay.
Yep. No, I'd be happy with that.
All right, you're okay with that, Kit?
That's good.
Okay,
Yep.
so will you second that then, Kit?
Yes, on that basis,
Move
absolutely.
on.
Yep.
Thank you. Now we have a guest in the room. We
Thanks,
haven't,
Graham.
thank you.
Sorry.
We haven't had a leadership coup, Lale. His worship doesn't have a very good voice, and so I'm acting as chairman today because our deputy chair is on to Zoom with COVID.
Broken down, councillor.
So please take a seat.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right.
Do we need to move that mic a little bit closer?
We can move up.
Probably the mic a bit yes. I've lost my voice.
Oh. Good to see you haven't lost your breath then.
Oh, but I fell over. There you go, mate.
Nice.
I'll just have to project so that the people on Zoom can.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Sorry, Max, a few technical issues, but I've just flipped through a presentation to your email.
Load of technical issues.
Oh, have we? Just in case you might be able to get through. Yeah, did you? You got it?
Do you want to send it to me?
Yeah.
Lale, please.
Councillors, we're just going to take a 5-minute break while we have a technology update and break. Okay, sorry, thank you. So introducing Lale Irimia, who is co-chair of the Waikato Housing Initiative. And
Excellent. Kia ora tātou. Mā rō lava na sort for maua manirangi na mā. So I'm Samoan greeting in that space. So welcome and thank you for the welcome in that space. I have the privilege of presenting what the Waikato Housing Initiative has been up to in and around the region. Nick Green, who is our co-chair, who's also the CE for Habitat for Humanity, sends his apologies. He couldn't make it today, so I'm running solo. This presentation that we have in front of you is one that we've given to a broader group of our community that was held in the Waikato recently. So there was a Grow Waikato discussion held by MP Jamie Strange at that time that had about 250 odd people that came to listen to what we were doing in the region in respect to the housing initiative itself. So Max and I sit together on the Waikato plan as part of the broader initiative. I have a business and a community hat on, so I'm both a consultant in the property and construction side as well as a developer in that space. I have been involved in starting the housing initiative about 4.5, almost 5 years ago, when the discussion of housing was presented as a priority for our region. And, so the housing initiative is a collective and a collaboration of people across the entire housing spectrum. So from private developers at one end, all the way through to homelessness at the other, and government, local government central, as well as iwi, all of our different cultural groups integrated into that mix, along with public and private housing sort of focused groups as well. So the membership includes sort of 60, maybe 65 odd different membership people and organisations into that group. So our original discussion with Max was to give you a bit of an update as to where the housing initiative has got to, and then more specifically, how does Ōtorohanga effectively fit into that broader opportunity of looking at housing from a regional perspective to attract effective government support and funding. So if I can sort of start with a broad picture, which will hopefully help focus this discussion. I'll take you through a little bit of a background to where we've started from and where we're heading to. But if I can sort of just elaborate on a broad focus for the housing initiative, which was largely being able to create a regional context with a regional understanding to attract more central government support in a coordinated way. So what we were trying to do was understand what the big problem was that we were trying to solve within the Waikato region as a whole, and that's across all the TAs, and then be able to present that picture to government to then be able to attract more coordinated funding to that particular program. And in doing so, what we were trying to do was create one voice for similar problems and similar issues across the whole of the region. Now, Hamilton is central to that, obviously, but the regions are quite important with regard to what we're trying to understand or deliver as a Waikato solution to housing. So that's a broad picture before we jump into the presentation. So any questions there before we dive in?
Apologies for that.
No problem. Any other questions before we kick into it? And happy to answer anything on the way through. Annette?
no, so Kit and Roy, you've both got the presentations open for yourselves now.
Mine actually hasn't arrived, but I think it's at this end, but it's okay. It'll probably arrive.
And so you can both hear Lale fine?
I can hear good, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm just 10 minutes on this presentation and then some questions in that space. I'll try and keep to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Apparently have a bit of a reputation of speaking a bit longer than that. So, so again, the housing initiative in terms of the group that's been pulled together, all the TAs are coordinated through the mayoral forum and then into the Waikato plan. And then all of those groups that are around that housing initiative contribute to what we do in terms of talking about the housing issues for the region. This map has been around a little bit, but what it helped us do was confirm what the regional context was that we were talking about, because the boundaries differ in terms of that discussion around the Waikato. But more importantly, just to give us all a regional picture as well as a national picture as to what stock we hold, what the current shortfall is that was estimated back in 2018 in terms of the number of houses that we needed just to meet migration and growth. And so we were 7,500 houses short back in 2018 based on our growth projections. And then how many houses are needed by 2043? Now that number ranges. Its high number is 75,000 homes required based on migration and growth by 2043, and that's as per Future Proof's numbers that have just come through. So it tells a big story about the fact that there are a lot of homes here. We do have a significant shortfall before we start getting into just delivering homes generally for our population. Now, Ōtorohanga is focused there as well with 3,000 in its current stock, estimated a shortfall of 30 to 40 odd at the moment based on then a future projection of another 300-ish to meet the current projection and growth. Now those numbers obviously will continue to change and you'll have some specific figures in that space, but that's what sort of contributed to this broader sort of context. It was a well-being's approach that we took as well. So the social development goals that were established with the UN focused around sustainable cities and communities. And the importance around that was that sorting housing or trying to sort housing was never just about housing. And so all of the different elements that we have sort of indicated there contribute to how we might produce more sustainable towns, cities and communities. And so the broader context was held with this focus. We identified some simple key challenges. So when you look at housing, we've summed it up to say land, funding and policy are the three big drivers that we picked up as part of the housing challenge. And as part of those three key elements, we've set up these work streams that are on the right-hand side. So we have people that contribute time in that space. So there's lots of people that gift time through their different professions into these different areas. So the first item up there, the work stream, is identifying what affordable homes is as a definition. And everyone's got a definition about what affordable homes looks like. There's a quality of homes aspect there as well. So this is identifying that we have a lot of homes in the Waikato that are not yet of the right quality, but could be made better in order to meet some of the demand rather than just focusing on building new housing on the way through. So there's a quality of homes focus there as well, which connects to a work stream with government. There's policy, regulations and planning. So again, there's a team that's looking at what we need to do to effectively prioritise affordable housing to help with the whole supply chain going forward. What we've referenced in this discussion with the broader community is that it took us 30, 35 years to get to the situation. It's not going to take 2 years to sort it in that space. And so we have to be mindful about what we're doing now through policy, planning and regulations that will affect the next 35 years as opposed to just the next 2. So we reference quickly the fact that we are in a housing crisis. What we get out of the crisis with
needs to inform for the next 30 years, as opposed to just sorting out the next 2. So that's why this group is quite focused on the long-term outcomes of what we're looking to advise government around. The housing data lake. So again, going through this issue around housing, there was not one source of the truth. So there were so many different databases that you had that referenced what housing was, what state it was in, how many they had or we had in a space. So we've tried to now coordinate one source of the truth to pull all those different data sources together that would be accessible then by everyone. So local governments, central governments, privates and publics and community and homeless, so that there's one source of the truth about what the housing landscape actually looks like. So that's being worked on at the moment, being developed with different groups, including the University of Waikato. Then there's a bunch of toolkits. So the toolkits revolve around affordability and education about how to own houses, but then how to actually manage finance related to houses. So there's a lot of those toolkits that are being developed for different types of housing products within the housing continuum. And then there's a funding framework discussion at the bottom, and that is about what funding can we secure nationally and locally, privately and publicly, in order to be able to contribute to delivering housing in the region. And so most people have heard around the PPPs, those public-private partnerships. We've added another P, which is philanthropic, to that mix. So the Waikato has a very big philanthropic community which contributes significantly to those developments. So when talking to government, we add the extra P when we talk about the Waikato. So help sort of crystallize that we're doing it ourselves as well. This funding stream, I won't go through all of this, but what it says is that there's a lot of different funding around the place that channeled in the right direction would actually create a lot of leverage in our housing situation. Our problem is that sometimes we don't tell the right story in the right way to access the right funding at the right time. So this is about trying to get everyone on the same page. So when presenting what we need from government, we can actually tell it in a coordinated way. So again, this goals objective for us, that the first one in terms of the focuses on affordability. So the housing initiative is not just about looking to assist people to push houses or present houses or deliver houses. Its specific focus is where is the affordable aspect of that housing coming forward. Because there's a lot of housing being produced, not much in the affordability space. And our biggest issue about the waiting list exists in this end of the scale as opposed to the private end of the scale. The health and well-being aspect around the well-being's focus, and then our diverse needs in terms of what types of houses we might require, because we live quite differently in different areas of the region. So no, not one solution will fit all in that space. And then our housing system, to be able to create a structure and a framework that everyone can utilize to connect what we need to do for the next 30 to 40 odd years in terms of working through the housing system. So it's taken a bit of time to build the structure, but we expect the structure and the framework that we're putting in place is one that's applicable for the next 2 generations, as opposed to just fixing the issue that we have at the moment, which people are focusing on just building more. What we'd like to do is build more affordably and sustainably is the focus of those general goals. Now, this is a simple pitch to government more than anyone. So if we can create a program of housing, which is basically that map, if we can deliver 75,000 odd houses in that space over the next 20 odd years with a focus on affordability, what we'd like to do with government and the region is then create a program of funding that connects to that program of housing. So a program of funding for a program of housing to effectively then deliver a committed approach from government, which is sustainable moving forward. So I think that the challenge that we have is that we've got to move the housing aspect out of the political environment into more of just a framework of delivery that the regions own and that the national government support. That's one of the key things. We've got to keep remembering that whenever we talk about government and kāinga order, they deliver less than 10% of the entire housing stock of our country. So we're asking for government to affect the 10% outcome when the 90% is where the biggest move is going to be made. And the majority of that 90% is us in the private sector in that space. So how do we affect that? So that's quite a key structure and setup. This is the program of housing that we've started. So we have a database which many of the different providers of housing have identified their different projects and then have identified what public, affordable and market they're going to deliver from that stock. So the 75,000 that we're looking at, we currently have 40 odd projects that have been identified so far in various stages of their delivery process, some right at the start, some in actual delivery. But that's 35,000 stock of the 75,000 that we're asking for support around. Now you'll pick up that with future-proof, they've identified priority development areas across the whole of the Waikato itself, largely focused in and around Hamilton. I'm sure, I think Hamish Bell is presented out here. Is he around Te Waka from the economic development situation? I tend to simplify their discussion around economic development. If the river is our backbone, the economic development aspects are about an economic development propeller centred around Hamilton that needs to spin. The northern corridor is the one that we've invested the last 35 years to open up, and that's happening at the moment. The southern corridor at the moment down to Taupo, that's being worked on at the moment, as is the eastern corridor out to Tauranga and Coromandel, as well as the western corridor down to New Plymouth, Kawhia and Raglan, and that connection of our west coast. So as part of our housing scene, that's the way that we look at where the different housing areas are actually located within that economic propeller. Without one of them, they don't spin very well, and then Hamilton doesn't really become the centre, per se, if it's not moving. So that's the way housing has been connected to that economic story. I'm sure he took you through a long discussion on that one, but apologies if I shorten the version. And this is a scorecard that we've used as well with regard to being able to identify when people come with projects to put on the pipeline. Deloitte's have established a scorecard that allows us to create a bit of arm's length assessment of those houses and those projects into this process. Because obviously you've got the privates that are involved, the homeless that are involved, everyone's got an interest in a view. This is our way of creating an arm's length sort of filter of where those projects should actually fit in that pipeline and that program scale. Housing continuum, if I talk about this just quickly, the reality is the housing continuum works together. Every time we move houses from one end of the scale, it will affect the other end. And so we're talking about privates looking at potentially upgrading into newer and bigger houses, which open stock up for the next area to move forward into that space. Hopefully then providing more stock for effectively the social and the affordable end at the bottom of that. So the continuum works as that, affects the entire continuum as opposed to one particular area at any one time. The biggest change, to note on there is if we can move affordable housing to say 20% of the market as opposed to the below 10% it currently holds, so increase it 100%, we will address many of our homeless issues and our waiting list issues that we have right now. So it's not a big change in terms of the total housing spectrum at the moment, 10% to 20%, and we've still got 80% of the market that's working in its normal competitive way. So that's what we're looking to promote and change. So this is the game plan, if I simplify it. In 20 years, 75,000 new houses is what we're looking to track, to promote and support and track. We want to prioritise funding to the integrated affordability. Now that there's some big words around integrated affordability. All it means is let's not create another Fairfield or Melville. I'll use that reference in Hamilton. Let's not create another social housing area just to make it larger and bigger to accommodate our needs. If we're going to operate as true communities, the integration of social and affordable and privates in master plan areas is probably where we need to move towards. It confronts a lot of people in that space, but if you're genuine to the discussion, we have to operate in more mixed use type communities. Now, affordable housing in terms of a cyclic focus, at the moment, the crisis revolves around affordable housing. In the next 10 years, when we've dealt to maybe the volume and the need of numbers, it will change again to a type of living, I would think. I'm not sure what that looks like, but the crisis in front of us is getting more. Then we've got to look at probably what typology we're going to be using for the future, for the different generations that will follow us. So that's part of just the understanding what the cycle is going to look like for the next 30 to 40 years. Multi-year funding. So that's the investment that we're looking for from government. Aligned funding with regional funding and philanthropic support to get a coordinated funding investment prioritized around getting affordability in place. And then an integrated delivery solution. So this integrated delivery solution says if Waikato delivers 75,000 houses, then Waikato should be delivering and building and creating infrastructure for those houses. So the region should be delivering that economy in this environment, in that space. So that's part of working with everyone that lives here in that space. And then an independent voice. So the reason for the housing initiative being established as it is, it's got charitable status now to be able to attract funding into it, is that it should maintain an independent voice that represents that whole continuum of membership. So that it's not driven by the market, it's not driven by councils, it's not driven by iwi or any individual groups in that space. It's representing the whole housing continuum. So that's our independent voice aspect. And so through all of that, we'll end up leveraging these aspects of those outcomes that we spoke about earlier. So that's our 15-minute summary. So my apologies.
Thank you for that. I probably answered the question that I had at the beginning anyway, but your focus is on affordable, but you do talk about the housing continuum, including those people who are homeless, which sort of, we're then looking at an aspect of social housing as well.
Okay,
but
great.
So your focus is affordable, that's going to lift the tide for everyone.
That's right.
And it really feels like 20% might not be enough in the current.
It will, I agree, and I think the 20% is probably not enough, but aspirational if it's 100% of what we currently have. Yeah. And so just being able to make that level of a move would be good. And getting straight to some of the issues that we've been asked for by councils, what can councils do to help in that space? I would say that there is an opportunity for councils to help prioritise infrastructure and support to projects that prioritise one, integrated communities and master plans, but master plans that have affordability built into them. So simply put, if you've got a developer coming to the table who says, I want to develop all of these houses and they're all private, versus a developer that says, I'm going to put a master plan in place that will have 20% affordability, and I've even got some publics tied into that as well because I've been working time order. I would be looking at that thinking maybe the support needs to go that side as ahead of this side. And that's regardless of whether the RMA says we've followed all the rules in the process. That's why we've got a bit of controversy, as you can imagine, when we're sitting in with developers in that space. But if government doesn't help and local government doesn't help prioritise that, that objective won't move anywhere.
we've got some questions on the Zoom. So Councillor Jeffries has asked, are we turning back the clock? Is this merely reintroducing state housing, or are we building and then financing families into affordable housing?
So I think the affordable definition is quite important because it doesn't touch the social housing area that Kāinga Ora operate in. It's basically trying to enable the affordable market piece, which speaks to shared equity, progressive home ownership, the different tools that allow families that could own homes but can't get over that little threshold.
Yeah.
And so this sort of focus allows us to connect those families with initiatives that are in that space already.
He also asks what current statistics are available on social housing needs in the Ōtorohanga district.
So I think the reference that we've used is Kāinga Ora have just recently completed their survey at the moment. So Mark Rawson's just got an updated survey of housing in this space. I would say that like all regions at the moment, some of our highly deprived areas have a blend between true social housing requirements in that space to just more affordable homes in it. And there's a sort of a blurry line in between that definition. Regardless of where that sits, it should just be established as a bracket to enable housing, whether it's social or whether it's affordable, because people just need homes. And in our regions, that grey line, that is bigger in that space, but the same strategies need to apply, whether it's government, whether it's regional, whether it's the community. And I also think, for a lot of the councils, councils are more in the enabling space rather than owning homes to deliver social homes. I don't think that's a council space in that mix. I think it's in the enabling role, not in the delivery and the doing role.
Yes. Oh, I was going to say, should we finish these ones off? And what percentage of visitor accommodation within the Ōtorohanga district is currently being taken up by social housing?
I'm not sure about that one, but Tourism Waikato and Mark Rawson's team, I think they've had a discussion about that. I think visitor housing is very similar to most privates having a batch that stays empty in a lot of cases in those areas, which isn't tracked that well either. But there are a lot of empty homes in our region for different purposes that don't get used for potentially affordable or social.
Councillor Close.
Are you looking at providing houses that meet the needs as opposed to just continuing the European model of house that doesn't necessarily fit even Haki house? That we want something different, and yet I actually live next door to a Kāinga house, and so I observe what is happening. And people give them furniture that won't fit through the doors, let alone into the bedrooms, because those houses were built in the 40s. I hope someone's going to be bold and actually recommend houses that actually accommodate families as how they want to live.
Yes, Councillor, I think the good thing about the group is that it includes members from our disabled community as well, our elderly community in that space, our Pacific and Māori community is multicultural in that respect. So I think housing will become more specific in its concept to people's requirements as we get better at understanding how we can deliver them more cost effectively. Because the biggest issue has been, if it's different to a standard, then it must be more expensive.
No, it's not. It's actually half the price.
It's half. That's what I'm. So a lot of these people that are in these discussions are saying exactly that. Is that that's the old thinking in that space. So we can get more specific designs for the same money. Is what this group's been working through at the moment.
But no stairs.
ending again on probably the mix.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I guess my answer's sort of been answered because I was interested in that sort of the definition of affordable, and I heard you mention before versus social housing and affordable housing. I understand that, but are there any models in the Waikato that are sort of up and running with affordable housing that, you know, that as an example for us to think about or look at? Yeah, I'm just talking about like tangible affordable housing, not just the concept of it.
Yeah. I think with Habitat at the moment, they've got 2 or 3 different schemes that they're running around the region, which allow for affordability by ownership type. And so there's tools for ownership as well as product type. So they're also working on different designs, being able to then create affordability by design. There's quite a few developers in Hamilton I'm aware of at the moment that are creating affordability into mainstream developments. So they've got a combination of market products as well as more affordable products, multi-story within Hamilton City, as well as outside within the suburb areas of the suburban areas of Hamilton as well. So there are developers there that are obliged to deliver, for instance, 10% of their total stock as affordable. And the affordable definition is 90% of the mean average in that space, which allows for at least the start of the top end of affordability to be integrated into master plans. So there are a series of those projects, and we can send them through.
Yes, so would those developers be looking to sell those, or are they rental properties?
So there's a combination, Councillor, there's a combination of houses that would then be able to be sold through shared ownership schemes, so held by, for instance, Habitat for a period of time until they've built enough equity in order to then take out the house in the future. So that's the shared equity sort of programs that they will buy out. And then there are also developers looking at creating trust models, land trust models that then hold those properties in perpetuity to then be able to create affordability for people to build equity into their properties by having guaranteed or secure tenure of those properties. So they may not own that particular one, but they'll be guaranteed or confirmed tenure to then build equity as they live through that for more affordable rents, to then be able to look at buying housing somewhere else in that mix. So there's quite a few different products within the continuum that allows the affordability aspect to come to fruition. Sorry, it sounds like there's a lot of answers, but I think there's a lot of different products within the continuum. There's not one that will solve any one issue as we walk through.
So, yeah, but in terms of us as a council, so a developer comes along, says we want to build a 20-house subdivision. So it's kind of very much like social procurement in that respect, that we're saying, okay, cool, 10% of those houses need to be in that affordable bracket. That is the way you'd ideally see councils approaching this across the Waikato.
Yeah, I mean, it's a request of them as to what level of affordability have you included in your development, because for them, it's still going to be viable. So creating some level of mixed master plan integration, and that might mean they talk to Kāinga Ora, that might mean that they talk to a community land trust in that space. They've just got to go and do the work. Max, I think that's the key thing, as opposed to just looking at it as an opportunity of the old property development, which was densify where we can, create yield where we can, as opposed to create communities where you might.
Questions? Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Darlene. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the next.
Yeah.
So, right, so we are now got time to get to item 2.6, financial and capital projects report for the month ending 31 May.
He is coming. But I start, so I can start with that. Okay, so thank you very much. I will take the financial part, the whole thing, I guess, is read. Has been obviously around the capital update. In terms of the financials, not much to report here, too different from previous monthly financial reports. The variances are obviously coming down. But the reasons for them, particularly on the expenditure side of things, are all still pretty much the same. So the COVID impacts, employee expenses being down due to vacancies and that sort of stuff. Since this report was done, we have had some funding from NZTA come in, about 400,000 that we claimed to the end of May, but we hadn't received confirmation from them at the time of this report. It's now come in, so that will change the figure slightly. In terms of the balance sheets, we're still in a healthy position from a working capital point of view, about $1.6 million sitting in the bank there. Sorry, sitting in working capital, not the bank, about $5 million in the bank. 4, sorry. And the cost of service statement. So I guess capital is the other area that usually comes up as a discussion point in terms of the budgets there. So obviously, when you look at it, it looks like there's a lot that hasn't been spent within months ago. Part of that is some carryovers in the roading that I think we discussed previously. Part of it's also items such as, for example, the 580,000 of money we were going to spend at Ōtorohanga that we had DIA funding for, which we obviously had a budget for. We're now not going to spend that, so there's 580k that we ran straight away that we're not going to spend, but the money has been used, obviously, for those other projects, as Mark discussed. I think it was the last meeting. Yeah. So that budget's still there, obviously, so that's a variance that we won't get rid of. There's other little items that have, $100,000, $200,000 items that have a budget as well. We haven't spent the whole thing. For example, the building refurbishment, we haven't had any invoices. Well, we have as of now, but at the end of May, we had invoices for that from Unispace. So there's 100,000 there unspent at the end of May. The regional consents for the 2 stormwaters, there was about 300,000 budget there, and some of the costs have been spent so far. So I think the majority of the, as Mark says in his report later on, the majority of all the big infrastructure stuff's done. It's more those little rats and mice, I guess, budgets as to why there's a variance here and the carryovers that we've discussed. Questions on the financial side of things first before Mark gets to capital?
And you mentioned Ōtorohanga and how the money has been shifted. Does that mean Ōtorohanga is canned?
The original project has been, yes.
Canned.
The original project was to build a new water treatment plant there. That got cancelled, but we did carry on to some upgrades to the existing plant. So we did spend money there. We just didn't spend money. The amount was going.
So is the need not there anymore? The fact that you were going to build, the need is gone too.
No, the need still exists to upgrade all those rural schemes to meet the drinking water standards. Those standards, as we know, are being looked at with the submissions that just went out for the drinking water assurance rules. So once we clearly know what that looks like, that may change again. The landscape may change again as to what level of compliance we have to reach. So answer your question, we did build the plant.
But you are going to ensure that those farms get what is required in the long term.
That's a really good question. I don't know what the long term looks like at this
Well,
stage,
foreseeable
councillor.
future.
So our goal has always been to deliver compliant drinking water. But as you know, the landscape is changing all the time. And at this stage, to wait and see what that looks like. But
So-
there's no further capital budgets in place to do any more of it.
So that money that was allocated and has been used elsewhere is not ever going to come back into that area to fulfill the need.
Not from that funding package. So I suppose in answer, if there was a decision to put some LTP funding in there one day, then that's a possibility. But from that funding package, no, that money's been redistributed.
So at the moment, it all looks doubtful.
From that funding package, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we've explained this quite a few times, and we've said that we had numerous challenges trying to get this project
I
across the
understand
line.
that.
We had, and not all of it our internal challenges. And so we have rescoped this project as much as we can to deliver some things for that community, and the rest of the money has had to be redistributed, or we gave it back. That was the other option.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and
that.
so this council was fully within its rights to allocate millions of dollars towards getting this project off the ground into the future. But at the moment, we have no budget to progress with that original project. So the Ōtorohanga school, and there's some work at the plant, I think, and telemetry and all of that will go ahead. And that's kind of the best package we could put together, wasn't it, Mark, in the time frame that we've got,
I'm not questioning
etc.
that.
So yeah, I'm just a little concerned that it feels like we're under attack meeting after meeting after meeting for this. So that's why I just want to register a bit of a concern here.
What was the outcome that you were looking for, Councillor Closs?
To be able to give the farmers who are affected in that way some hope that their needs will be met.
Give us their land.
Sorry?
Give us their land and we'll make it happen. It's as simple as that. There has been difficulties on both sides and challenges with getting that original project across the line. So yeah, I don't know where to go to from here with that scheme.
Yeah, questions of Brendan? Brendan. Nothing on the screen. Okay, so do we hear the move for that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive the, so is yours is not, is yours part of this one as well? Sorry, you're right. You're bottom of the page.
I was overlooked last time too.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, I watched the back video.
Big show.
Well, I did invite you to the speaking end of the table this time. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So you'll see in my oh, is it really? Yeah. Sorry. Good start. You'll see in my sort of part of the report that it's a capital project update, and it looks like we're on track to complete 85% of our capital program this year, which is I think is quite an achievement. I think from last year we were close to that 85% too. So it's 2 years in a row. It looks like we're on track. Unfortunately, with some of our projects, we will cross over the financial years, and they've already started, but they're just not going to be completed. So I'll probably detail that later on in the table, which we can talk to a bit later on. But over the stimulus funding, we've received 2.375 million of that already. We've completed the 15 out of 17 projects. And I can report today that I've just received an email this morning that the Ōtorohanga part of that project is now complete. So we've completed 16 of our 17. So we've just got the one outstanding project, which has been causing some considerable headaches for me, I must admit, and that is the Ōtorohanga rising main. So if I could maybe just talk to that a little, there were delays in manufacturing the pipe. We were assured back in February when we ordered that pipe that it was going to be delivered. We had a delay on the manufacturing, but we've now had confirmation that it has been manufactured. It is now sitting in a yard in Auckland, and we're having delays getting it out of Auckland. So it's supposed to turn up this week. The good news is that I've spoken directly with the CIP relationship manager, and he completely understands where we're at. And as long as we can prove a proof of purchase that the product is sitting there, there shouldn't be any problems. So that was quite a relief to me. Had that conversation yesterday. So it's been quite a pressure pot for our staff of that project over the last 3 months, because coming up to the looming deadline, the 30th of June. So it looks like we're going to complete that all by the 30th, which will be.
Can we go and pick it up ourselves?
We could do. Various options have been explored. It's got to come down on higher.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The 12-metre lengths is 150 of them. So my trailer's not big enough.
Not a one of those.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's good news. I think we're going to get there. So we'll start the big phase of reporting that end of the year funding report through to the CIP. If I look into the land transport or the roading area, this is where a lot of our budgets are probably looking like we've underspent, and there's a reason for the underspend in the roading, and you'll see that we're going to be moving considerable funds through into next year for part of our rehab program, which is the upgrades of Ōtorohanga Road and Mangamahui roads. There's also that movement of the seal extension money into a combined project for the 1 kilometre of Ōtorohanga Road seal extension. There is a slight underspend in our maintenance and operations budget, but that will just carry through into next year. So that explains probably the difference on the ledger. The water supply, yep, looks like we're tracking quite well for an underspend there, and I think that's in part to some of the redistribution of stimulus funding. I can report that the activated plant is now up and running, which is great. It's one of our Rural Engineers projects for this year. And the water renewal program is underway, so that we should start to see some work in that space in the next month. And again, the wastewater budget was looking at an overspend, but I think we're going to be close to being on budget. Community facilities is underspent there too, and that's just generally around some of those probably larger capital programs haven't gone ahead, or we've managed to come in under budget. So if you look at that table there, Project 5 would now be green, so that's good. Project 9 will hopefully be green by the end of this week. This puts us in pretty good stead for completing our first leg of the capital program.
Questions from councillors? Councillor Jones.
Now you've got that activated carbon thing. Does that mean that people that don't enjoy our earthy tasting water in summer will be happy? That change that? Or
yes, that was the whole idea of that plant, was to help with that earthy smell, or the sort of geosmin that we have in here. We did experience through this summer, though, with the extreme summer that we had, that we also had to deal with a few other factors, and it was more around volume of water we could treat. So I think coming into next summer with the plant fully operational, we should see some real good improvement. I hope. I'm sure you'll read positive.
I don't mind that.
I mean, it's
I
the
brought up on
science
it.
is right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I move that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive the report titled Financial and Capital Projects Report for the month ending 31 May 2022. Do I send? Thank you. Now, what do we want to fit in the next 15 minutes? How much time did you need, Ross? Or do we leave now?
Yeah.
Right. We'll go to item 262 then. Thank you. The Ōtorohanga Town Concept Plan Project Update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Worship, councillors. I'll take the report as read, but I just wanted to add a few comments. So firstly, we've just finished another round of stakeholder and community engagement, and that went particularly well. It was really pleasing to see a steady stream of people into this space on Saturday, all of whom were engaged with the process. All of whom had some good ideas and a lot of common understanding, a lot of common feedback around the direction that the project is taking. And I'll just quickly touch on that. So essentially, this round of engagement has really been based on what our consultant team are calling the draft of the draft town concept plan document. So we've got a sense of the look and feel and structure and content for the draft plan. You know, if you look at the program summary in my report, essentially we've now got the initial analysis and the outcome of the engagement brought together. Out of that has come a series of constraints, challenges, opportunities, which essentially will be the action plan that will be embedded in the town concept plan document. So that will be a community action plan. We as council will have some actions, and our role in those actions will vary from doer, enabler, facilitator, and so on, but it's not our plan, it's going to be our community's plan. And then from that, the consultants have identified a series of option areas. So they are open space network, growth scenarios, town centre and Main Street traffic, and there are a range of options within each of those areas. And they tended to be provide the focus for the stakeholder sessions and particularly the community session on Saturday. So just quickly, next steps, and I hasten to add that dates have yet to be confirmed, but I'll give you a sense of general timeframes. So the consultant team have now gone away with all of the feedback from this latest round. They'll be using that to refine and update what will be the draft town concept plan document. So that will be covered firstly by way of a presentation to the community board at their July meeting. And then that document will come through, subject to any sort of further refinement, to council's July meeting. We're anticipating you will sign off the draft for what will be the final phase of community engagement and consultation, and that will run over July and August. And then we'll be looking at a session, probably a joint session with the board and council to consider the feedback or submissions. Perhaps that'll be early September, as I say, dates to be confirmed, but we're still on track for this council to sign off and adopt the town concept plan for Ōtorohanga before the election. So either late September or, if necessary, early October. We're working to a September date for that.
happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Through that, Chair. You happy with the consultants and the relationship with people?
Absolutely, and I'd go further and say that the folks that have engaged through this process from the get-go have developed, you know, a strong affinity, I guess, with the consultant. So that level of engagement and the trust and the confidence that's come through the process has been fantastic. These guys are passionate about what they do. And we're passionate about our community. You couldn't get a better match than that.
Yeah.
I had a passionate member of the community talk with me yesterday about the concerns that the state highway could leave money at Otter Street. And yeah, you may know the person they run a business in town. They've always been pretty vocal about the state highway still being on Otter Street, the loss of patronage, but the desire also to keep trucks out of town. So there's a real toss up there, isn't it?
Yes, and maybe I can share what I think has emerged as a fairly common position based on conversations and feedback is the desire to remove as best as possible the heavy vehicles out of the main street without interfering with other traffic and not changing the state highway designation. So that's the kind of focus that we're now looking towards.
And looking, there was a generally positive feeling in the room. I mean, I didn't get there until lunchtime, but, and I suppose a lot of the people I was talking to were converts anyway, but it just, yeah, it sort of seems to have lifted a level from the, oh, here's a consultation opportunity to complain about my pothole. Yeah, we've got some really good product sitting on the tables for people to consider. And good tools for future councils to use with these sorts of discussions such as the work that Lale was talking about. Yeah, we can be prepared for that sort of thing.
And if I may, just on that, Madam Chair, our projections just for Ōtorohanga housing are up over 300. So Lale talked about 300 for our district, slightly longer time frame, but clearly the growth projections we're now working with are a step above the 2018 projections. So
that, would someone like to move that? Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson. That the Ōtorohanga District Council received a report entitled Ōtorohanga Town Concept Plan Project Update from Ross McNeil. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. You missed the bit at the beginning, Councillor Ferguson, where I put an apology in for procedures.
Okay.
Given that I've been the deputy.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got 6 minutes. What would you like to do, Colin? It's not there, so
I don't think we should start with this, but you can do the councillor updates.
So we'll start on some councillor updates. Then would you like to start, Councillor Kloss?
No. Sorry, starts at the other end.
Councillor Johnson, would you like to start at the other end? That's sitting in the room. We'll explain it later, but you're currently on the floor. So.
Is that Johnson or Ferguson?
No, Johnson, thank you, please.
So I attended the Zone 2 meeting on the 27th of May with Max, Tanya and Annette. And Tanya has covered off a lot of that very efficiently with an email to you all. But there were a couple of things that I picked up from it. Regarding Waikato Wellbeing Project and sort of how some of those ideas could be progressed in this district. I won't talk about them just here, but yeah, just some ways in which perhaps we could work in with the college. But anyway, just good to go to that sort of session where you can pick up on ideas that are being put forward by others and how it would work better in our district. I listened to the Three Waters rural supply via Zoom, which was really well worth it, and yeah, got really good to put a different perspective on it. So that was useful. BT Home, we're not in a good place at the moment. We've got only 2/3 occupancy. We seem to be in a situation where a lot of people requiring rest home care are either staying at home until they're so bad that they only need hospital level care. And yeah, it's a very unusual situation for us to be in, to be at that level of occupancy, and it's giving us quite a lot of headaches, to be honest. One way we're thinking of, well, the wheels are already in motion, is to upgrade part of the existing unit to hospital level care. We think there might be a bigger market for people in that area, but as you can imagine at the moment, we've got staffing, need to keep it fully staffed, which is quite a cost, but without the occupants, the residents, to keep the income coming in. So yeah, we are under the pump, and it's a place that I've never seen the home like this before. So we have to sort of you have to work pretty proactively with that. It's not a good place to be in. But certainly we need more residents, and if you know of anybody or could spread the word, we haven't needed to really promote ourselves in the past. We've always had a waiting list, but it looks like we need more residents for rest home care. We're up to at the moment. So just for your information, I just thought I'd let you know that.
Roy, is that for just the residential at large care, or that doesn't include the dementia unit?
The dementia unit has got a couple of spare places. It's pretty good. It's the actual rest home. The existing part is we've got about 10 to 12 spare beds, so they need to be full to keep paying the bills. So yeah. Anyway, just it's a sort of a sign of the times. Like I say, people are staying at home until they're so bad that they need to go straight to hospital level care. So anyway, and just the last thing I've got to bring up is the Piston Festival started, sort of set a date for early March next year, so write that in your diaries. And certainly, like the previous one we've held the year before last, but yeah, still we'll set the date, it'll be happening, and whether we have a different model or different things happening, or involve other groups in the town, is all something we'd welcome. So just letting you know that that's part of our vibrancy plan going ahead for next early March. But that's it from me.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffries.
Oh, hi, I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I attended a Carpia Kai Festival meeting on the 19th of May, and it'd be fair to say that there's still some uncertainty around whether the festival is going to be held next year, even though they had previously made a decision to go ahead with it. And what's driving that at the moment is the costs associated with that have just risen horrendously since the last festival, which was held in 2020. And as an example, the spick and span people who have provided the toilet facilities no longer operate in the Waikato and would have to provide their facilities, but directed through their Wellington office now, and it's added about $3,000 or $4,000 to the cost just to provide the toilets. So they're trying to get alternative quotes on that. The other issue, of course, too, is that the committee themselves have grown another year older, and there's not too many people putting their hands up to sort of step up to the plate and carry on with it. So I think there will come a time where the existing committee will probably just put their hands up and say, no, we've done our bit, we've had too much, and it's just getting too much for the ones that are there. So that's a real issue too for Kawhia. So yeah, just watch this space. Went to the community board meeting on the 27th of May, and you had the minutes of that. The other thing I went to was on the 4th of June, I went to the Aotea Ratepayer Society. They had their annual general meeting. That was held outdoors at the little park down on the waterfront. They had a reasonable turnout there, and that was pretty well attended. And as I guess you might have guessed, the main topic of conversation was the seawall and what's happening with the seawall. So there's actually quite a lot of interest in that. And then on the 7th of June, there was a council workshop, which I funded up to on that as well. Now, I just wanted to comment on there was a Zoom meeting on the RMA reforms on Tuesday the 14th, and I sat in on that, and that was a really interesting meeting. I took a few notes. I won't go through them all, but I'll just try to give you some idea of the sorts of things that they were talking about. The one thing that came through really was that each council's district plan is going to disappear and will form part of a regional plan. And then the representation of councils on the joint committee is still to be determined, how they're going to work that out and what the role of iwi will be. And then who decides who will represent iwi on that joint committee. That sounded like it could be quite an interesting issue as well. There's obviously a lot of disparity between councils' plans, adjoining councils' plans, which needs to be addressed, and how do all our other plans dovetail into the environmental plan that they're now promoting. Yeah, one or two actually, and I think the mayor from Palmerston North was actually quite an interesting guy. He basically said, "Are we biting off too much in one go?" You know, like we've got so many things on the go at the moment, but the democracy and participation of communities was vital throughout, and he just wondered whether councils generally are just being asked to try and do too much in this review, all these different reviews that are going on at the moment. And the regional joint committees need to be discussing collaborative approaches, how they'll engage and communicate with the different areas of the region, and is there a loss of local voice in doing all of that. They admitted that the current RMA is cumbersome and open to legal abuse, and that the Environment Court decisions default position is proving to be extremely costly, or has proved costly over the years. So council needs to get involved with the regional spatial planning, and again, so many legislative changes happening at the same time means that there's less time for councils to give sufficient consideration to each. So that was an interesting point too, which came through. The only other one was that apparently the Hawke's Bay has a regional planning committee, and apparently they're pretty switched on to things, and it could be well worth having a chat to them about it, how they're going about it. And yeah, that was the only things I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Kit. Through you, Madam Chair, we've got someone presenting to us at 1 o'clock. They have quite strict time constraints around them, so we can't leave them hanging like we had Lale. So we may have to cut in the middle of the council updates.
That's what I anticipated.
And have lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, so lunch at this end is being delivered, guys. I hope your lunch is being delivered as well. And we will resume at 1 p.m. Ready to go at 1 p.m.
passion to listen to this go, then you're not going to listen to anything they propose. You just like,
Yeah, the only thing is there's a hell of a lot of people, but once upon a time, didn't talk about politics or whatever.
Have you called this to order?
So they don't know anything about it. Yeah, but
We're thankful for that.
Thank you.
so, sorry.
We will resume the meeting. Tanya's just on call. Connect to us. What are we? 1:02 p.m. Thank you, Councillor. So we'll go to Mark now from Wakati Regional Council. Sorry to confuse you, Mark. I'm standing in as chair for His Worship, who has not got a very good speaking voice today.
No problem. Good afternoon. Thanks very much for giving me a little bit of your time and for the invitation to speak with you and present to you a couple of our key initiatives at the moment. I guess threefold. Firstly, the Waikato Regional Public Transport Plan, which is in the process of making its final moves to our council, where it will be adopted for consultation, which will take place over the month of July. The Public Transport Business Improvement Review, which the Regional Council has approved an implementation strategy for. And then just I'll touch very briefly at the end on some of the timeline stuff around the freshwater policy review as well, as much just for another information opportunity on that. I'm joined by Nigel King, Team Leader, Transport Policy and Planning, and also Andrew Wilson, Special Projects Advisor, actually our Public Transport Manager on secondment to assist with leading this PT plan for any of the trickier questions that I might not be able to address. Hopefully we'll be able to cover this with plenty of time for questions within the hour. What we might do though is I'll probably run through the public transport plan component, and then at the conclusion of that, pause, ask for questions. Same with the business improvement review, and then lastly the freshwater policy review. Is that okay for you, Madam Chair?
Yes, that sounds okay to us.
Great. So I shall share my screen. Hopefully this works. And from what I can tell, you should be able to see the screen in front that I've got. So the public transport plan, what is it? It's a statutory plan. It's prepared, it's updated every 3 years following the review of the regional land transport plan. And it sets out the policies and priorities for our public transport network. It has a couple of elements. It's both a commercial document in that it sets out the structures under which our contracts are let, and we call those our units. But it also provides us with an opportunity above that minimum statutory content to paint a vision really for the public transport network, and that's really where a lot of the changes in this plan relative to the current operative plan come from. And I'll step through a couple of those really for that I hope will be of most interest for Ōtorohanga District, your council and your residents. But before I get there, just a little bit of an overview of what I'm talking about when I talk about public transport. Obviously, the public buses are what mostly we're known for when we talk about public transport. More recently, the Te Huia passenger rail service has been added to those services. But equally important, and probably more so in many of our rural areas in particular, and for certain groups of the community, are our total mobility services and community transport. You might know recently, with the support of the Regional Connections Committee, The Regional Connections Committee is constituted in a way that it has representation from all of the region's territorial authorities. It's very similar to our Regional Transport Committee, but with the support of that community, the Regional Council decided to establish a new Community Transport Fund, which is part of a bigger strategy of supporting community transport alongside providing an FTE co-managed and co-funded between us and Trust Waikato. And that's really, so the community transport providers are the community health shuttles. They're the groups, often voluntary, that provide transport for aged persons, access to health and general civic engagement as well. And so we see all of these as part of our public transport, as part of the region's public transport services, even if they're not ones that we control directly. They're things that we see as part of, I guess, the spectrum of public transport services. Another piece for context, just a reminder in terms of who does what. Presently, Waikato Regional Council, Waikato Regional Council, as the Regional Council, is by law the Public Transport Authority, and we provide the public transport services. There's a few bullet points there about what that covers in the planning and delivery space. We contract to operators, and those are our, that's for the majority of our region, that's GoBus, although we have a new one coming online very shortly in your neck of the woods. And public transport infrastructure, so the infrastructure that the services run on, the roads, is managed by road controlling authorities. And that's everything, obviously, including the tarmac and the roads themselves, but right through to the poles and bus shelters. Public transport, sorry, the pie graph is very, very small in terms of its labels, but the purpose here was just to say, as part of the overall picture, public transport services and infrastructure investment at the moment equate to about 7% of total transport investment in the Waikato region. So 42 million is the current operating budget per annum across the whole region, broken down as you see there, as you would expect, the majority in terms of the majority going towards those public bus services. So the scope, the draft PT plan, like I said, the Regional Connections Committee has been overseeing the development of that plan. And it has these overarching goals which have really flavoured this iteration of the plan. Reducing emission reduction, transport emissions in the Waikato equate for about 16% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. When you move into the urban areas like Hamilton, it equates for about 60% of the emissions. Looking at it regionally, though, it's about 16% of total regional greenhouse gas emissions attributable to transport. Importantly as well, though, the reason why public transport is there and has always existed is because the idea is that we're providing options in terms of how people access opportunities. So yes, many people do and will continue to rely on private cars, but we want to try and provide people options, in particular for those that may not have any alternatives. But increasingly, we're wanting to be able to give people a meaningful alternative to taking a private car, even where they may have otherwise, may have ordinarily chosen to take the car or might be taking the car today. So I'm going to take you through just a couple of dimensions of the plan that relate to those key themes. As I said, is really where the changes, most of the changes are in the plan. And you will have seen a little bit of headlines, or a few headlines around the really clear ambition that the Connections Committee has set in relation to transport emissions and emissions from the public transport fleet. So how is that net negative headline arrived at? Well, it's actually not as complex or controversial perhaps as it might sound. The first step is reducing emissions to the extent we can from our public transport fleet itself. We can talk about this in some detail, but in effect, we're heading in this direction in any case. The government has said that by 2025, no new vehicles entering the public transport fleet are to be diesel. They're all to be zero emission vehicles. So that's 2025. Our own main urban contracts are turning over in 2025-26. And already through some of our recent tendering, we are seeing, in terms of whole of life cost, when we're talking whole of life in public transport terms, these are 9-year contracts under the current model. We're already seeing, we suspect, although it's hard to tell because of the very high diesel prices at the moment, but we suspect that we've passed the break-even point when we're comparing zero emission to diesel buses in particular. So we think that we are very much on the path to a zero emission fleet, indeed, whether we want to be or not. So of course we want to be there, but it's happening around us as well for a whole bunch of other reasons. And the other component of this is mode shift. So for every vehicle not on the road, that another journey that's being taken by public transport, that is a significant emission reduction. And the idea here is that rather than people saying, well, actually a diesel bus is generating emissions itself, we'll very soon be at the situation, because of a zero emission public transport fleet, that every journey taken by a bus or another form of public transport will be a genuine emission reduction relative to the status quo. The second component of that is considering offsetting for residual emissions. It will take some time for those existing buses that are already in the fleet to come through the fleet and end their life, likely not within one of our contracts, but they do have a life after that. And I guess much like many corporates are looking at, how might we approach a zero emission, how might we bridge that gap there, is really much like many other corporates are in terms of their corporate emissions, to look at offsetting the residual emissions. Now, if we do that through something like something that's working activities such as tree planting, revegetation, environmental restoration activity, even once we get past that revegetation keeps sucking up carbon for a long time after the trees are in the ground. In fact, it's a bit of a ramp up. You might have seen some of those curves, and that's what gets us into the net negative territory. So that's broadly what we're speaking about there in terms of the committee. All the numbers that have been done around this are very conservative, actually not as scary as you might expect, against our current operating cost, no more than, and likely significantly less than 3% of total operating expenditure. Objective 2, make sure we've got the settings right in respect of public transport services. So this is the enhancement of accessibility and well-being. For me, this is a really important element of in itself, but also in the circumstance where, particularly with increasing cost of living, possible changes to accessibility to transport, this is going to be really important. Access to education, employment, recreation, healthcare, which is governed by a number of things, not just transport, how close the opportunities are to where someone lives. The regional transport plan plays is really in providing those transport options. This is just one, and I think some of the direction that we're seeing come through our regional connections committee is that, and some of the partnerships that we're developing and are maturing, including with the likes of district health boards, tertiary education providers, are absolutely sending us in this direction. We've got some really innovative partnerships developing in this area. As a lot of public transport planning rather urban focused. Ōtorohanga District Council will have seen and observed that as well. But the vision for this plan, I'll go a little bit into the regional services element to provide services for everyone. This is an aspiration. The direction from our committee was paint what the aspiration is. Not all of it may be deliverable within the timeframes that we'd like because we're all operating within constraints, but let's paint the future. Let's see what kind of network would really serve our region well. And so with that, we've broken it down into three different layers of service. Firstly, the interregional services. Those include our longer distance bus or passenger rail services. Indeed, when we're talking about the connection from Hamilton to Auckland for Te Huia. The concepts of other interregional services, potentially even by rail. But this is like we're talking, 30-year long-term stuff. Metro urban services. We're really talking about services within Hamilton, and this is where you may have heard a bit about the Metropolitan Spatial Plan for the Hamilton metro area, and it's getting to quite a high level of detail, really focusing on high frequency mass transit type network planning, and then regional services, which with the direction of the Regional Connections Committee are not only connecting between regional centres, but also within urban areas. And that's where I'll just focus on for a little bit here. The aspiration here is to be able to connect every urban area to its nearest regional centre with at least one daily return service. That's a baseline level of accessibility. So it might not be useful for all circumstances, but if you have health, education, need to get to an essential service, this is kind of what we would consider our baseline level of service. And then within those urban areas, within a town like Ōtorohanga or Te Kuiti, to enable mobility solutions within those areas. So people do have an option other than a private car. And a range of possible approaches are there. And of course, the costs vary depending on those, which is why I thought it was important to paint that picture of the range of what we consider public transport services, because in some places it may well be a fixed route bus. In other places it might be a public rideshare. You may have seen, if you've come into Hamilton recently, the trials going on, the demand responsive flex services, the smaller vehicles. Total mobility and community transport services all potentially play a really and are likely to play a very, very important role with respect to that accessibility within those urban areas. And the last one is really an affordability side of it. And this is the purpose of this slide is really to illustrate, while this plan, while we've been directed to paint a picture that's highly aspirational over a 30-year time frame, and while the level of investment in order to meet that, and this is the total investment, mind you, this is not just the local share, this is the total investment, which includes at least a 51% funding from Waka Kotahi Transport Agency. Even though that increase is significant on a per capita basis relative to where we are now, relative to some of our counterparts, our level of investment as to where we would need to be if we wish to end up where this vision may take us, of about $225 per head of population, is far less than Wellington, considerably less than Auckland, and sits us a bit ahead of Christchurch. And by the time we get there, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of those other regions continue to move ahead as well in terms of those numbers. So the purpose of this is to really just to say, yes, it's an aspirational network. Yes, if we were to get there over a 30-year period, we would require significant additional funding. In the bigger context, that shouldn't be read as being particularly scary in the context of what's required to deliver reasonable levels of service in other regions around New Zealand currently. The next steps for the PT plan, as I said, the plan will be up for consultation over the month of July. So this is contain deliberations on the plan. And as is the case with any special consultative procedure, which this plan is subject to as well, the hearings panel will recommend amendments back to the Regional Council for adoption in September. And with that, I shall pause my sharing and I'll come back to the business improvement review. But through you, Madam Chair, very open to any questions of myself or the team who I've got online with me.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions from councillors? Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, through Madam Chair. Sorry, Mark, my voice is gone, but I'll do my best. In terms of the public transport in Hamilton, what is the current occupancy on the buses as a percentage of the buses that are on the bus at the moment?
I may have to throw to Andrew for current loadings, but I can say, I might start though with just saying, currently we're operating at about 60% of our pre-COVID capacity in respect of public transport services. Things are lifting back up again slowly, but we are operating at about 60% of pre-COVID levels. Andrew, do you have the approximate average loadings?
I don't have them at hand, other than to say it varies significantly based on the design of the service. So in super, I think it's really useful to point out that some services are designed to provide coverage, right? So they stretch out, they're not that frequent, but they do enable access to essential services. Those types of services are never designed to maximise patronage. Services where we are designing to maximize patronage, where we deliver high frequency direct routes, they have much higher loadings, and those loadings actually have recovered a lot faster than the coverage orientated routes as well. Really important point and context for when we talk about public transport services. We've always got to anchor back to what was the purpose and the reason this service was designed for in the first place. Yeah.
Next question. Wellington invests way more per capita than any other centre in New Zealand. Wellington is also known as having the best public transport of any centre in New Zealand. So do they get a return on that investment? Or does Hamilton need to invest more to get people more engaged in the public transport system? Or do we just settle with what we're doing at the moment? And then I'll keep on asking questions so I can still talk. If we are aspirational and you're talking about public transport extending out to the regions, do they have to be self-funding, or is this something that will also be subsidised on your regional council rates?
Yeah, so thanks for those questions. First of all, in respect of Wellington, yes, I mean, the level of investment tells a pretty stark picture when you hear about when you see that against the reputation that Wellington has in terms of the quality of its public transport. So yes, to a significant degree, the level of funding does dictate the service levels, and therefore, as Andrew was saying, in particular for those higher frequency routes, levels of patronage, but also the amount of coverage that you can achieve. So yes, it's not a straight line relationship between how much you spend and your return on that investment, but I think it would be fair to say that the level of investment is reflected in the success and reputation of the Wellington public transport network, and the utility it has in that region. Secondly, in terms of the funding, the public transport is never self-funding, and regional services wouldn't be expected to in any case. So those services always receive, well, I say always, it's difficult to say always with Waka Kotahi's purse empty, but traditionally, public transport services have been subject to the same funding assistance as other services, which are at 51%. And then on top of that, we have fare revenue, and then we have the rest, which is covered by rates. So they're never having to be self-funded. And this will probably provide a little bit of a lead-in into the Public Transport Business Improvement Review, which is, in my view, there is a case, especially if we are able to move towards more of a bulk funding model for public transport services, for us to accept that some services will be better performing in terms of the revenue they generate through fares than others, far more than we do now. Because we might recognise that they have a greater proportionate public benefit, and we wouldn't be able to provide those services otherwise. So, yeah, that's a brief overview of that funding model.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry if you were witnessing a small amount of turmoil there. We've just got technology shutting down behind us.
No problem.
So, did you have a question, Councillor Closs?
How do you get road services buses stopping in Ōtorohanga that travel south or travel north? So at the moment they don't.
Did you have a question, Mark?
Yes, so one of the intentions in this, and it's one of the slides I didn't include in this pack, but it is about the interregional services. And so I think that's an important thing for us to be really mindful of, particularly in a location in areas like Ōtorohanga, the real desire to be able to connect, not just in a model that is oriented around flows into and out of Hamilton, but also ones that connect, in your case, south as well as north. So absolutely recognise that that's something that's in the plan, and in fact there's some adjustments to the policies proposed there which relate to working with our neighbouring regions to enable those cross-boundary services to enable those cross-boundary services more easily, because they're absolutely relevant. We've got a tow of Rotorua District Council within the Waikato region. We're two separate public transport authorities. It's kind of another example of the need for us to coordinate across boundaries to make sure that the communities have the services that they need.
Thank you. I've had family using those buses reasonably often, and for schools and university, they're well patronised. From Ōtorohanga or to Ōtorohanga.
And if I could perhaps just use that as another example of the areas where partnerships are really beneficial, and probably something that I'm really keen for us to continue to explore, especially with the new National Polytech model, as well as the National Health Authority model. I think there is significant opportunity for us to take from the lessons that we've learned through developing partnerships with our existing tertiary institutes and the District Health Board, to leverage those partnerships to provide services, in particular where they serve those education and health needs, and I'm sure others as well.
We just having discussion here at the table. I
wasn't aware of how long your presentation was going to be, and we've had some technology constraints here today. Tony, did you want to?
I was just going to ask, have you got 2 other presentations, Mark?
I was going to touch briefly on the Public Transport Business Improvement Review, just to close the loop on the feedback that's been provided by territorial authorities to the Regional Council about that piece of work, and just give you a timeline on the freshwater stuff. And I can rattle through those quite quickly, or we could skip over them altogether. It's totally at your discretion.
What do we want to do?
This was certainly the main course.
We're here, yeah.
Yeah, no, keep going. We'll give you a time frame to rattle through them, as you said. Thanks.
Okay, so I will come back to. I'll come back to this. So, the Public Transport Business Improvement Review was really looking at, I guess, the former aspirations, but it carries through to now. But do we actually have the mechanisms, the institutional arrangements to deliver on that vision? And it's really timely to talk about this with such a aspirational public transport plan. So we commissioned Becca to have an independent look across this for us. And they really came back with probably what we knew would be some answers. Coordinating services across boundaries and with infrastructure is too difficult. You saw that model before, or the diagram before, that said how many people we have to work with, including the transport agencies and the regional council in that equation, and all the territorial authorities. That's 12 agencies. Now, that doesn't include when we start to stretch across those interregional boundaries for services. But that's 12 authorities that we have to align funding and infrastructure and services across. The infrastructure and services funding means the whole of life costs aren't accounted for. By that we mean that probably less in a rural area, but definitely in an urban area where we have competition for road space. There is a need, and there is a significant need for infrastructure to enable good services. A little bit of money spent on some infrastructure that means the services operate more efficiently is quickly paid back through a reduced cost of operating or an improved efficiency of operating. Because we have infrastructure being funded out of one council, services being funded out of another, that virtuous cycle never has an opportunity to operate. The National Land Transport Fund is constrained. You'll know all about that from the roading activities and road maintenance budgets even. And what we heard from most territorial authorities was that actually, and we experience it ourselves, transport planning and public transport planning is quite a unique skill set.
Recording stopped.
There isn't a huge
recording in progress
in local authorities to do that kind of work, in spite of there being a real appetite for it. So the review was undertaken. There was feedback sought from all territorial authorities and other stakeholders in the region. We used that to prepare an implementation strategy, which went to council in April. And these are really the 5 things that committee, that implementation strategy is for the regional council to step towards a sub-regional public transport entity. It's in particular in our urban area. I've already mentioned the extent to which alignment of infrastructure and services investment in the urban area is really critical, where we find it most challenging. And so this is really what that's focused on. A consistent regional funding model, the ability for the regional council to raise public transport funding across the region is something that we see as very important, and we're really keen. But some of the feedback we received through the business improvement review and engagement on it was from territorial authorities, including Ōtorohanga, saying we think that's not a bad idea. It's probably quite a good idea, but we want to make sure that that model fairly spreads the costs of services across our ratepayers, given that not all our ratepayers will directly benefit from public transport services. That was a very clear and consistent message. And hence, this strategy says, well, the approach we'll take to that is do our best to co-design that model with willing territorial authorities. Enhanced regional engagement. Some other feedback we received was, and in the language of one person's feedback, we don't trust that decisions made in Hamilton will reflect the needs of our diverse rural and regional communities. Some feedback really taken to heart, and a really strong desire from the regional council to have some really, have a really thorough look actually about, in particular, if we are moving towards a more integrated approach to public transport services and potentially infrastructure investment, how can we make sure that that local voice is really respected and informs decision-making on public transport? So whether or not the current Regional Connections Committee and its structure, for example, is fit for purpose, how successful has that been? What else might we need to do? Proactive planning. So this is in respect of the Regional Council, again, more proactively supporting territorial authorities in transport planning and integrated transport and land use planning investment. Also, I mentioned earlier that the majority of transport planning done by the Regional Council, particular public transport network planning, is done for our main urban area. That's partly because we have, because of the funding model. The funding model is that this is where, in the city, is where the Regional Council rates directly. Part of that rate provides us the headroom to invest in forward planning for that network. We don't have that same headroom in other places, in particular where we don't already have public transport services operating. So the intention is for us to get kind of acknowledge the deficiencies of the current approach, that we could probably rightly be accused of being missing in action outside of those areas where we already have services, and acknowledging that it's probably the areas where we don't already have services that we need to be more proactive in. And a little easy one here, which is aligning expectations. Easier said than done, obviously, but getting those KPIs aligned through our different transport plans. And this version of our public transport plan will also set out some guidelines for public transport infrastructure, the kinds of things that you would expect to see with different service levels of the kinds of infrastructure that will be required to support different levels of service from a public transport perspective, so that those territorial authorities, road controlling authorities who are relied on to provide the infrastructure kind of have a bit of an understanding about what might be required. And just really highlighting those three are the key ones there. You can expect the Regional Council, and obviously we're at a slightly tricky time in the triennium to kick off this kind of work, but we're really keen to progress that and progress this in partnership with territorial authorities around the region. Should I run straight through, Madam Chair, straight through to the freshwater policy review and timeline, just understanding the timing here?
Good, thank you.
Freshwater policy review, main drivers, obviously the state of water quality is probably the main driver, but there are also statutory things that are driving the timeline here, including the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, which is calling the need to evaluate parts of the regional policy statement and regional plan, including actually those parts that were looked at through the Plan Change 1, which gave effect to the Waikato River Vision and Strategy Te Ture Whaimana. Those parts of the plan, that kind of planning framework in particular in those will really be the starting point for this. There's no desire to revisit those things where it's unnecessary, but in order to meet the obligations under the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, that will need to be looked at. It will need to include long-term visions. These long-term visions need are needed not just within the Waikato Waipa catchments, but are needed for all of the freshwater management units in the region. That will need to involve significant engagement with tangata whenua and the community in order to set those long-term visions. And some of the communications you will have seen already are kind of setting the scene for that. You know, this is where this whole planning process starts in respect of freshwater management. And it does represent a very wide-ranging review in a very tight time frame. So just in terms of the current timeline, probably I'll focus on the bottom one that I highlighted and read there. Hopefully you have received an invitation to this, but if not, either let myself know or email that policy@waikatoregion.govt.nz email address, because there is a specific intro session for territorial authorities being held on the 5th of July. The intention is, at the close, the intention is to have the changes notified together to the regional policy statement and regional plan in 2024. And that is what I have to share with you.
Thank you very much. Pleased to hear that we're not going to relitigate Plan Change 1 right from the very beginning.
We certainly hope to avoid it as much as we can, but also making no kind of, just from an expectation management perspective, there will be elements of it that will need to be looked at, because Te Ture Whai Mana and Plan Change 1 in particular only 5 contaminants and didn't look at freshwater quantity. Freshwater quantity and quality are both within scope of this review. And so while we don't want to revisit things that we don't have to, there will be some, no doubt some things will have to be looked at afresh, in particular with that freshwater quantity aspect in mind, which hasn't been,
Thank you for that. Are there any questions from any councillors on the updates or the previous? No, that's all. Thank you very much for that information. And the 5th of July one, we've had the invitation for that.
Fantastic.
Very good. Thank you very much, Andrew and Nigel.
Thank you very much, Council. I look forward to with you all more on some of those business improvement review matters later on, and hopefully receiving a submission on the PT plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so rescind what I said about resuming the meeting at 2 minutes past 1. We did not resume the meeting. That wasn't an item on our agenda. So we are now resuming our meeting at 1:45 with item 263, Waters Report update.
Ask a question, please.
Sorry,
yeah, I just wondered, sorry, I caught most of that, but what wasn't clear to me, and perhaps I should have tried to ask this when he was there, was what exactly are they doing for us, these guys, in the way of services? I mean, are we actually just subsidising their operations in Hamilton?
So, sorry, Madam Chair. I think that I don't know, what was it, the second to last slide or the last slide of his presentation probably says it all. If you're a willing territorial authority, then regional council will work with us to achieve outcomes for our community. If we're not, then I guess they put their emphasis where, with those councils who kind of have a transport plan and a public transport plan and want to sort of engage. So, yeah, I think that's sort of where it's at. Are we subsidising Hamilton? I can't answer that, sorry. Not sure.
Yeah, well, how much are they costing us a year at the moment?
They don't cost us anything.
They're not costing us anything.
Ratepayers.
Yeah, it doesn't cost us anything.
But are we getting charged though through the Waikato regional rate?
Yes, yes.
So it is costing us something.
It's costing individual ratepayers. We're not
Yeah.
the billing authority.
Well, it takes me back to the original question then is, if our ratepayers are making a contribution to transport in Hamilton, why?
There's a separate transport rate within
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we're just trying to
We're
establish
trying
the
to work it
staff
out a
minutes.
bit, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably check your rates bill, Kit. I don't know. I can't answer that. Sorry, I don't have the information in front of me. I don't know enough about it.
Well, isn't that a worry though? If we don't know how much it's costing this district to subsidise what these guys are doing, shouldn't we know that?
We haven't established that there is a subsidy going.
Yeah, but didn't we just agree that we're actually contributing through the Waikato regional rate?
We don't know. That's what we just said. We don't know whether we are or not.
I only said that like broadly in that our ratepayers are the same ratepayers that Waikato Regional Council will be, like two separate.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Well, I have to say that their presentation didn't do a hell of a lot for me.
Well, I guess they have to reach out to us as a TA. Like that's communication.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one paragraph probably in our transport plan about public transport. Yeah?
Oh.
Something like that. Like we have next to no commitment from this council that we have public transport as one of our top 5 priorities for the next however many years. So I guess they are responding to it's kind of a bit of a, I don't know, push-pull kind of situation where they're not about to dish us up with a smorgasbord of services if it's a low priority for us. So if we elevate it up and say, whoa, we just really want to get public transport offerings here across our district, then I guess we start having conversations with the regional council about how we can get a slice of that pie.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. I don't know what
can I help you with that?
More about it.
Yeah, well, I've been to the meetings
Yeah.
and listened to some of the meetings, and they're basically, it's always, and they admit it, it's been a lot about public transport in the cities.
Yeah.
But they're actually trying to join the regions. They've had quite a successful service, I understand, from Ōtorohanga to Hamilton. That's been quite widely. So they're looking at thinking, oh shit, the region does matter. So they're basically, involving us in this plan. So, and I actually got invited, dragged onto some bloody committee. But I mean, so yeah, I guess we're sort of starting from zero, I suppose. But I mean, as far as cost, I don't think it costs a ratepayer of Ōtorohanga, but it costs a ratepayer of the regional council and a
Looks like
taxpayer.
Brendan might have a piece of information for us.
Yeah, so off their website, there's an urban public transport rate, which is a direct rate of all rating units within 800 metres of a bus route within the Hamilton City boundary, an indirect rate charged on all properties within Hamilton City, and rail is also in Hamilton City. So no one outside Hamilton City pays for public transport.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. That answers the question. Thanks.
On to a lighter topic.
I've got 2 screens going here, so I'm hoping I can keep them maintained for this presentation. So if I can start from probably a bit of a clarification, I think the Worship mentioned it today in our public forum. This report is around the reform around service delivery. This has got nothing to do with compliance or what the water regulators, Taumata ROI. That's already up and running. So I think if we set that to a side, this is all around service delivery infrastructure. So that's the sort of the basis of my report. So this is effectively the 3rd report to council on the water reform. If we cast our minds back, the first report was around stimulus funding that came out at the end of COVID, where we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Crown to receive some funding which effectively meant that we opted into the water reform on a voluntary basis. So we received that funding, and we talked about that a little today about we've just about completed that work some 2 years later. So the second report that came to council was around the position statement after the 8-week consultation period. So this is effectively our third report, and it's a bit of I suppose, a report to cover everything since that last report of where the reform's at. So if we cast our minds back to the original July, August last year, the reform was basically put on hold, and there was a heads of agreement drawn up between LGNZ and the Crown. And from that agreement was two broad components. It was basically to create an 8-week consultation period and to provide a wraparound package to support councils through that, I suppose, the transition. And that consisted of the $2.5 billion, no better off package and no worse off package. So at that point, we were still in a opt-in voluntary water reform. And at the conclusion of that 8-week period of consultation, it was announced to everybody that the next sort of phase of approach was an all-in approach to water reform. So in effect, the voluntary phase had been removed and water reform was going to be mandated. So moving on from that, that was in October last year, they sort of created or formed several working groups from probably all the concerns that came out of that 8-week period consultation. So setting a bit of a scene here. So those three working groups were the governance and representation, the governance representation, the planning and technical group, and the rural water supplies group, which our worship was on. I'm not going to go into every detail of those groups because it's all in the report. So I'll just try and paraphrase this. Also, which took place earlier this year, was the creation of the National Transition Unit, or the NTU, which is the body or the unit that's going to manage the transition from councils into the new water services entity. So they will be tasked with delivering this program, and part of that is we'll be setting up the local establishment entities, or the LEPs. Until the bill is passed into law, the local establishment entities won't be created. So in the meantime, there's been the creation of the LTT, which is the local transition teams. So part of the local transition teams is one member from each council within the entities sits on that team. So I sit for our Ōtorohanga District Council on our local team. So the NTU has several work streams that they've got to sort of work through as part of this transition. And I've named them in there. It's just quickly look at it. So community and mana whenua, people and workforce, finance and corporate, commercial and legal, asset management and operations, stormwater and digital data. So we've been participating in this in what we would call a limited capacity and trying to do the best we can with the resources we've got. And one of the key things that have come out of that is there's been the, I won't use the word promise, but there's been an indication that funding will be coming forward to support councils to participate in this transition. So we're still waiting to see what that funding looks like. So at the moment, we are funding the governance reform purely through local resource and local staff, and until that funding comes forward. So we've engaged with one of the earlier RFIs, which is around people and workforce, because obviously our workforce is very important to us. So we want to make sure we're engaged with that. But we haven't progressed into engaging the data and digital RFI pending some funding. So I was in a meeting last week and we still don't have any indication when that funding is coming. So we'll watch this space.
So if we go back to my notes, so I don't lose track. Looking at the timeline, the reform's moving reasonably close to timeline. I think the only delay we've seen so far is, if you look at my sort of table in there with my graph, is probably the delay in delivering the water services entity bill to Parliament. Other than that, it's moving pretty close to timeline. So there's two other pieces of legislation, as I understand it, that will be presented in the future, and one of them is the Water Services Entity Implementation Act, or bill, and then the Economic and Consumer Protection Regulations. So I haven't seen those yet. They may be out there, I haven't seen them, so they will be coming in the near future. But if I draw you back to the current bill that's being presented in Parliament, is through to select committee after its first reading, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So we're an entity B, which I think we all know, but I said it's also called the Western Central Services Entity now in Schedule 2 of the legislation, so or the bill. If you want to have a look at that. So I've almost finished reading that bill. It's 134 pages long. It's, as you could expect for any piece of legislation, it's quite sort of back and forth, but as you read through it, it sort of starts to make more sense. If we look at the structure that I've shown there, just give you a little indication of what is in front of us with the formation of the water services entity.
Sorry, to clarify which tab you're looking at.
I'm just trying to find it. Just trying to. I've even got the section. I think it's 5.44.
5.43. Proposed new system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still trying to get to it. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So
page 181 on your agenda.
Yeah. So from the working groups that were created after that 8-week period, one of the working groups was the Governance and Accountability Representation Group, and they were tasked with looking at strengthening the governance around the water services entity. And I've detailed in my report, I think it's probably fair to say that there was a reasonably tight or distinct set of terms of reference in there. So part of that was just look at the current level of governance and how that could be strengthened. So the level of governance, I suppose, at this stage is the regional representation group, which was made up of 6 to 7 members from local council and 6 to 7 members of mana whenua, which is either way it was to be an even split. So, but one of the things that did come out of that governance working group was the introduction of regional advisory panels. So that will give another level of, I suppose, local voice into the regional group. So when I've been reading through the legislation, I can't actually see what the numbers that can go on that group at this stage. And if someone's picked up on that, I'd be interested to know. But it looks like as long as it's a 50-50 split between members of local councils and mana whenua. So that's probably one of the areas that's been strengthened in that area. So there is a really detailed report which I've attached the link to that you could refer to if you want to know that in more detail. But I've also sort of indicated there with some of the research I've done in the water service entity bill is Schedule 1, which I thought was really interesting. And I don't know if you've all had a chance to read that yet, but it probably sets a real clear, in my mind, a change to the timeline
once the law is, or the bill is passed, that there will be a level of oversight power that will be in place that will effectively have a bearing on our decision making on water services up until the establishment of the water services entity. So I've attached that to my report. It's a really interesting read, and I encourage you to read that just to see what that means during the establishment period. So, and I don't know, to probably describe the establishment period as the time between the time the bill is turned into law or becomes legislation to the time that the water services entity is up and running. So that effectively could be from the end of this year, if this bill goes through, to 2024. Now, it states in there that there will be a level of oversight over the decisions made by council on water services going into the future. So, and that could have a bearing, if you read into that section there, on any long-term plans, any annual plans. So I've sort of highlighted that as one of the things I've picked up on. And another interesting point that I picked up recently, and it's not in my report, but it was section 116 of the water services bill. It says in there that obligations under obligations to maintain water services, and in there is a clause that says water services entity must not use water service assets as security. Now I thought that was really interesting because it was my understanding, because of the balance sheet separation, that the assets needed to be moved from council so that they could actually have something to borrow against. So I've asked my lead finance team this morning whether that they don't, because my understanding of anything that we're borrowing money is there's generally some form of collateral. So I just thought that was a really interesting thing that I picked up in reading it, and that may very well be a really interesting question to ask, is if they can't use the assets as security, then where is the actual borrowing coming from? So yeah, I thought that was a really interesting point. So we are currently looking at the next steps for us, and I'm hoping I've covered all my notes. Is the next step for us is to just page down, sorry. So we'll continue to engage with the UTU. We've already said that we'll continue that. Hopefully the funding will come through shortly. We know that the NTU have already started to engage closely with our HR around workforce transition. So that's happening, sort of happened a little bit this month, but it's going to happen again at the start, probably in further detail this month at the start of the staff room report. I know that we're working on the better off funding options, which we presented to council, and that's Nadia's working on that. And I suppose the other question to us now is do we wish to, probably a reason for this report is, do we wish to put any submissions through to the select committee? Because that is currently where the bill is sitting. So I'm hoping I've covered a lot of my key points there. Definitely open to any questions.
Yeah, how effective will a submission on that be in helping us establish how that's good for us, or a panel in between us that we can get a clearer answer on sooner?
Well, not that one thing, because I've sort of highlighted as a risk to the council.
Yeah.
Is what's that mean for us over the next 2 years or 18 months when it comes to delivering our current program. If we add another level of approval in there, it's going to...
So my reading of this and in discussions last week at Rural and Provincial, basically if we continue to deliver BAU and we continue to deliver our programs in the LTP, fine, don't need to talk to anyone. If we stray off east, then we need to talk to them. start selling our assets, start, I don't know, denigrating them so that they're absolutely useless, yeah, would be cause for concern. So I think it would have to be something. I don't think we want every council to be ringing them every time they are going to change a pump at a, you know, or a, yeah, so yeah. So I think it's kind of, if we're going to do anything significantly different from what's in our annual plans or LTPs, or if we start, you know, if we decide we're not going to maintain plants or that anymore.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the interesting thing is, I mean, if we look at what we've changed in our annual plan this year, those key things in water renewals and sewage would have required an additional level of approval.
Probably, yes.
So I think you're right in the fact that I think that level of change. But yeah, I mean, and I think the other thing is once the bill is passed, it will go for, it will become a, you will participate in this, and you will provide the information. So there's definitely a move in we will be intrinsically involved in this reform come the passing of this first piece of legislation.
On the other side of it, how do we support you in the work that you're doing now that is under-resourced? And
there is, it's my understanding is that when the funding comes through, there will also be part of that funding might be a professional service panel that we can tap into for consultancy firms. We haven't seen that level of detail yet, but that might be an option. Otherwise, it's be tapping into our own consultants. It is, if you look at that that work program on page 11, there's a massive amount of work coming our way, and we're at the beginning of this. So if you can imagine, for example, asset management, what is that going to involve? Well, they're putting together 22 councils' asset management plans and infrastructure strategies to make one. It's a big piece of work, and it's currently being done by me and my team. So yeah, we don't know what that looks like. And I think one of the things we've noticed, especially in my time in the LTT, is that there's not a lot of structure around how this information is going to be asked for or requested. So we're trying to zero in on what is the basic you need from us to keep moving forward, rather than this is the wants as opposed to the needs, because we don't want to have duplication between them. So we're still working on what that framework looks like. Graham's got his hand up. But
we'll go to Councillor Dow. What Graham's going to say is going to right.
I actually think your report's quite good, Mark. Well done. Pretty much the timeline explains it all. I'm really disappointed that the government just mandated we didn't have an opt-in, opt-out. I think staff, it's almost business as usual, got no choice. But as elected members, I'd like to be, and I'll put it on the record, that I'm with all the other majority of the NTDP councils that publicly say we're opposed to this bloody bullshit, opposed to frivolous. And I think if enough voices yell at this government, they may listen, and we may get listened to. But yeah, I think it's a dog's breakfast. Not happy with it. It's not democracy, yeah, but it's no slug on the staff what you're doing this. And we've done exactly as councils. We followed what they asked us to do, gone along to meetings, and they just made up their own mind. So yeah, and NTDP, when you research it, the bulk of the majority of them are opposed to it. They're publicly opposed. As a council, as elected members, we haven't actually put that in public. We've just followed along like little lambs. Time for us to stand up, and all the other elected members, I hope they support me and say that we are, as elected members, we're opposed. Thank you.
Well said.
Ditto. My blood's boiling and I couldn't get words out.
We've been hoodwinked.
Yeah, well done, Rodney. Yeah, I
That's how
certainly.
we feel.
Yeah.
I go along, go along with what Rodney just said, and but purely on the basis that, from my point of view, there has been right from the word go, there's been a complete lack of consultation with the people who are actually going to have to pay for all this, and I just have real problems with that. So I understand entirely where Rodney's coming from, and good on you, Rodney, for speaking up.
Councillor Johnson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just on another matter, I was just on that diagram on page 13, which is the proposed new system. I'm just wondering where the representation from our area, how that works in, or is it we are so small in this entity that we don't have any representation? Is it that the local ownership, the purple at the top, is that where we're supposed to be sliding in there?
So yeah, I can talk to that. So yeah, if you look at our entity, councillor, where there's 22 councils in there. So from those 22 councils, depending on the size of the representation group, we'll either have 6 local authority members in there or 7. So those 6 or 7 have to come from that 22. Now, there is some provision in the legislation around how those are nominated. I haven't quite got my head around that, but I imagine that the 22 councils will get together and decide which those 6 or 7 are. So that is effectively where the local authorities fit in, but there will be an element of local representation in those sub-regional advisory panels, which, as I said before, I can't actually see what the numbers are in there. And I think they're allowed as many of those groups or those panels as they like, but I don't see a number around that either. So that's really where the voice from local councils will come in. I think around the shareholding in my report, although there is a shareholding for Ōtorohanga District Council,
we'll only get one share.
You get one share, but it appears to me that the only use of that share is if there's ever a vote around ownership or divestiture of the asset. It doesn't actually carry any other.
Mark, can I just ask Mark, please? Mark, in your report, which is a very good report, and congratulations, a very full report and a very interesting read, so thank you for that. Yeah, clause 550 on page 14 of your report, which is 182 of the agenda. It talks about if the bill is enacted soon, that our ability as a council to make decisions around our water and so on, infrastructure seems is going to be very, very restricted. Now, should we be concerned about that, and does that have any implications on our spend going forward in terms of OPEX and CAPEX?
So, yeah, we just talked about that a minute ago.
No.
So where we've sort of landed with interpreting that is depend on the size to adjust an annual plan or a long-term plan. That's where we see that decision, or if there's any sort of I don't think it'll go down to the small details of general operation.
Sorry, I missed that before. Yep.
Just
yeah, I support I feel we've been the only leveler for me is one of the reasons I came onto council was my concern of infrastructure and water and our community. When it came up with this proposal, 3 years ago, whenever I put a big flag up to myself and said, look, it's not going to work, this and what it is, this and that. But I've had to go along with the plan a bit. I've had to go along with the betterment of this community, the betterment of New Zealand. We need to sort this water. So yes, I support Rodney and that it's been pushed on us very hard. I still, on the other hand, wholeheartedly support doing something with Three Waters. And if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? It's just the balance I see.
Thank you, Rowan.
Yeah, it wasn't what I was going to say, but I agree with you, Brian. I think I don't like the way it's been forced on with us, but when you weigh up the advantages of being on it versus the disadvantages, and particularly when you look through our capital spend that we've just discussed earlier today, that whether that funding's coming from the better off or whether that opt-in, where else would we have got that money from to upgrade those who would have been going back to our ratepayers? So I just weigh up the advantages and disadvantages, and I know it's hard for us as electeds, and it's hard for our constituents to understand that we've got a government forcing something on us. That's the difficulty, that it's hard to defend. But in the bigger picture, where we will end up as our council, I think we will be better off. But anyway, what I did put my hand up for originally was getting back onto the entity services bill. That what did oversight powers? What did oversight actually mean? I couldn't find the definition in that just when I was looking through that or through the actual act. Is that just another, something to make us feel good? I mean, what does oversight actually mean? Can we actually stop anything, change anything, do anything? It's yeah, I just don't think there's enough detail in what oversight actually means there. But so I need a bit more information on that. Sorry, two things there.
So Mark, do you have an answer for that, or if that's an opinion, and I'll move to Councillor Christensen first?
I can't elaborate any more on what the Act says.
Councillor Christensen.
I was just going to add, I understand what Councillor Ferguson and Johnson are saying, but there's other options than mandating and giving it to central government to do. If central government were that worried about us, about the country, there are other options like really low loans to the individual councils to get it up, so that would solve our kawhia problem. So while I agree, I totally disagree with this, how it's going about.
You don't get the scale. You don't get what Ōtorohanga and Te Rere in my terms could do with one thing. You lose scale if you do what we're still doing. Anyways.
We discussed this in the workshop.
Yeah.
No, I think that the people want to see us, if there is anyone watching.
Yeah.
Because people, the thing I get is your council sits and says nothing. They want to know if we're leading the people. And I can't see that losing localism and democracy, if it's worth it. And that's what it's come down to, in my opinion. Yes, there is things as economies of scale. I run a business where there are economies of scale, but we still have localism in the areas needed. So yes, like for instance, joining Waipa so we can buy more pipes, so we buy better buying power. Yes, that sort of thing should happen, but we're still in control of that. So I think, there's a whole lot of different issues, And that's why I was quite happy, just like Councillor Ferguson was, to join along and go to these workshops and meetings, and I thought we were going to get somewhere. We put a list of recommendations out, but we just got ignored. Like, why couldn't, if it works through these issues, I'm sure we could come to a solution, but yeah.
Yeah, look, I'll try to. I think it's been a challenge for the whole country. Like everybody, I don't agree with how this process has been undertaken. We were shortchanged when it comes to the submissions. We were shortchanged when it came to whether we opt in or opt out. I suppose from where I sit, and I'm looking at, if I look at the local government perspective, there's a lot of people there saying we've got to withdraw from LGNZ. LGNZ understands their powers and their ability to influence change in the central government, and it's not strong. Therefore, their option was, and probably they went about it wrong in terms of signing the heads of agreement. There is no decision was made at the National Council level without consultation with all the councils around New Zealand. So they made an error of judgment there in terms of their consultation. But they had to work with central government on the idea which was going to work best, because otherwise it was going to be mandated without discussion anyway. The same way I worked on the rural technical working group, so I can implement some sort of change, because the change was going to happen anyway. We could go and join the communities for local democracy. My issue I have with that group there is I see it from my perspective as a political movement. It's not a decision-making movement. It's around basically blue versus red. And maybe that is a fair enough decision to go with that. But where it's being led by Malcolm Ōtorohanga and Lawrence Hill, I have a real issue with that. They were the president and CEO of local government New Zealand, and now basically have spent the last 2 years shitting on local government. And they're the ones who create a lot of it within LGNZ and within New Zealand itself. This I don't see, and I haven't seen any progress at communities for local democracy, any of them stuff whatsoever, in the movement that they've had against the decisions that we made so far. And I don't think they will have an influence on what's going on. It's ongoing discussions. I would love to know how we can get back to our community. Pissed off, we discussed it. But the same way as a kid, you may be pissed off when parents make a decision, but eventually you have to go along with it, and hopefully you can have a conversation with them, and the hiding they're going to get isn't quite as bad as what we thought it was. It doesn't excuse what the government has done, but I think it goes back to what was raised earlier. The discussion about water reforms has been on for 20 years. The discussion was led by the last government. Nothing actually happened in that 9-year period. Go through it. At this stage, I was talking to Simon Watts the other day, who presented a Royal Provincial. National doesn't have an answer to see how they go through what's reform. Best that they can say at this stage is to make it in power, which decisions that are made so far. Spend the next 2 or 3 or 5 years consulting with communities and all sorts of different answers and feedback. And in the meantime, we're still going through the same issue we're going through now. The infrastructure is failing. I use Ōtorohanga as the example again. We spent $250,000 on budget capital works that were indicated that they needed to work in 15 years' time. This is indicative of what's happening across the country. I don't agree with how we've got to this point. But nobody's also given it a chance at this stage either. It's very easy to replace. I'm not going to go against any decision that collectively we make. There could be joining communities for local democracy. Because that is what democracy is all about. I just have not seen an alternative put forward by either Groundswell or the National Party, which is better than what's before us at the moment, or heard as objection to what's been put before us. So if anybody in this room can come up with you can say a piecemeal issue, okay, we give money to Carfield, we give money there. But at the end of the day, it's still putting band-aids on those sores that are coming to the surface first. It's not looking at things on connected, universal, and scale does that at the same as you said with trucking, though you can make it to a local small one, a lot of your problems. We've got a problem here, and I fail to come up with an answer as to what that answer is at this stage. But we've got what is before us, gone through the first sitting in the House. We'll go through next ones will get through labour rules. They've got the power to get this through legislation. So, I don't know, so if you've got to
Well, obviously we can. Great-grandfathers. So we can, we've got so much bureaucracy that we can't afford. We can afford trees in the middle of the road and put the pipe in. We can afford that. We can't afford the traffic management and the design and the architects. It's quite simple. The central government should be funding that because they're the ones that want all the bureaucracy. We just want to work and get a pipe. So I mean, there is other options, but I mean, it might be too simplistic. I don't think we should be losing democracy, losing localism just to support another government's win. Really, there is governments some of these other solutions.
The other issue on the political front is us at this table. So I get elected and I go, we need a 0% rates increase. And people go, hey, we're going to vote this guy in. We spend nothing on infrastructure. Your guy comes and says, we're really falling behind our infrastructure spend. So our rates increase need to be 15% for the next 10 years. 3 years goes by, I get my ass kicked out because I'll propose something which is the only way it's going to get infrastructure paid for, but it's not going to get you in a political seat in 3 years' time. And this is why it doesn't work at a local government level, why we can't control this because it's a political rollercoaster. You know, if all of us are prepared and the next ones get elected and to follow through with that legacy, then that will work. But it's not going to work. But 67 TAs all making decisions based on whether they're going to get re-elected. And that is not about 15 or 20% rates increase to pay for infrastructure costs that are necessary.
No, that I am in agreement that something needs to be done. I can understand how people are feeling like they're being railroaded, but we're not able to identify what parts of democracy they've lost. Like that, we have only 40-something% of people who bother to get out and vote in the first place. So they've ended up with that level of participation with these people around the table. And so part of our responsibility is looking at these things that come down from central government to local government and to look at them in a way to see what it is that's benefiting the community and what won't benefit the community. And yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that I haven't had physical conversations with any of those people who were sitting in that area in the gallery this morning, and I know some of them did email me via that online service, but they also know what my phone number is, and some of them have my email address. Like, they feel like they've lost their democratic voice, but actually they're not using their democratic voice, and that's a shame because then that means that they don't have a good understanding of how it's going to affect them, a lot of whom are not going to be affected by the water services. They have already been affected by the standards and regulations, but have been able to choose to ignore that. So I think that to me it is the water entity B is government by any other name. So I think central government want to step aside from having that job of handing out money to wherever it's needed to meet community needs and passing the whole job kit and caboodle for the whole of New Zealand to a group of 4 entities for them to manage it. And when people are worried about losing their assets, what actually are they losing? Like the assets aren't going to be ripped up out of the ground and taken off to another community that needs them more. We're not losing what we've got, and very few of them come to the table to have a discussion when we're having a long-term plan to say, yeah, I've got my hand up, you need to spend more money on those pipes out there, go for it. Sorry,
Yeah, councillor Cox.
I do feel hoodwinked, and I do feel this has been put across. And I won't decide from that. But at the same time, I have hope, and that this can be overturned, even though it gets passed in government now, and leading up to the election, it could still be in place. But if a new government comes in, it can easily turn it over and turf it out. I have seen it before with health, and so I know no matter what they put in place, and a waste of money, it can be changed if it is the will of the people. I think this has been such a politicised event, and every step of the way it was introduced, the way that it has been used to satisfy some Treaty of Waitangi requirements, and taken it away from local government. Now, we're sitting around the table as local government, and so we must believe in it. We must believe in the best way to do things is close to home and resolve it within your community. But this hasn't been resolved. I've been wondering when we were actually going to have this discussion. I feel it's been withheld from us. We've been plied with information, and I'm reasonably happy with what's happened with the rural water, because I have faith in Bruce Cadogan, because he was the one who came and spoke to us. Right. When he came and spoke to us first, he got it, that was private property and you can't just pull those in there. Anyway, I hope that the rural people will have the fortitude to be able to and engage people who can do the work for them or with them. So I hope that stays in place. But as for like sitting here and listening to those people this morning, and we didn't have the courage to stand up and say, well, actually, the horse has already bolted. And that worries me. It's straight out dishonesty. So, okay, it mightn't be my problem, but it will be my problem if I start getting worms in the bath again. But I don't think we should be letting it go that easily. I think we should stick to what we want, what is right for this district. Sorry? Well, there is another way of doing things, and that hasn't been allowed to evolve. It has been centralised straight off. Get the big entity up, and it's easy to do something like that on paper, or talking to people, and to make it happen as a national business operation controlled by 4 entities. Government has never been good at organising anything major.
So as a council, what is your proposal for us? I mean, do we enjoy communities local democracy? Is that the request?
I haven't considered the way forward because we haven't had this discussion. I didn't even know where people sat.
So now,
my thing is that we just, if everyone votes on, that we just publicly oppose it. We don't have to join another organisation. But as elected members, say our people in our district know that we're not in support.
I'd be interested in what the councils that have joined that group, what their submissions look like. I'd be interested in what other council submissions look like.
I'm like the LGNZ. I'm kind of, can see where people are at, but I kind of think back to trucks, which I bloody do. But the Road Transport Association was doing nothing for our organisations whatsoever. So I was kind of thinking, I will withdraw my funding, get out of it. And I thought, no, we need a massive voice, more people. Like, since I've been on council, there's been a full gallery when we were talking about the gambling thing, and a full gallery talking about the caravan dump thing. And now we've got a full gallery with free waters. That's the only issue. No one else cares, really, you know, because they just know that we're making a decision for that, you know. So that's LG and Z. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, we're already in nuts there, but they really need to know our voice that this is what we're facing.
I think my view of today's public was the lack of understanding of what's actually happening, and because they're all rural, but I think very few of them actually understand the Water Services Act and to maintain our most role in water regulation in the rural community. I don't think they get there. I just think all they see is assets being stolen off them, which isn't the case for all those in the room. I may be wrong, but I don't think I'm too far from the truth.
I think it's a lot of people in the room now, they've been bound by the Health and Safety Act, you know, with employees. So before we have these water regulators, so they're actually, there's no real change for these.
Oh, there is,
you know,
there's huge change for them coming.
But they're not, yeah, I guess a lot of it's probably different things that they're worried about. But yeah, but they're still being bound by certain things.
Yeah,
like they're not going to be straight with.
No, but they're going to be bound by what they have to do in terms of water filtration and the plants that supply the water to the house under the Health and Safety Act. And it just said that they have to supply potable water. And there's no real control around how that looked. And that is where the big changes take place.
That's only if it's network though. That's only if the water is network. So if each house is a domestic supply.
Yeah, that's just from the outside of the farm.
No.
But if they had given a worker, if they had given a worker poison water and they were sick,
I can't clarify that. I think that's probably off topic.
Yeah, so we are, so out of this discussion.
Anyway.
Yeah. Like the paper was the Three Waters reform update, and we've sidetracked on to, well, the support of the Three Waters reform generally. Like, what do we do with the agenda if, do we address the item 263 as it is, and that we're receiving the report and noting there's a provision for a submission? Like, are staff wanting, is there something that affects the ability to staff delivering their job, their work, that needs a submission made on the act, or have we got, I think you've got sufficient control over what you're doing?
Well, Tanya will probably speak to this as well. I think this is effectively our asking of councillors, do you want to make a submission? Because if you don't, we will just carry on as business as usual tomorrow. But if you wish to make a submission to the select committee on reform on the Water Services into the Act, then we need to do something, gear up, or get something organised. And I don't know what that looks like at this stage, but
so from your report, the thing that I got was it would be about clarifying that the Act needed to be more clear on the autonomy of your work in our business as usual program. What's been asked for by councillors is outside of that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So my view is the recommendation in the report is around the Water Services Entity Bill. It's not about whether you agree with Three Waters reform or not. That is completely different. So whether we proceed, I would say, my advice to you would be, we don't ask Mark and his very small team to write a submission from our council on what does oversight mean or what does, because I know that Hamilton have very expensive consultants pouring all over this thing at the moment. so do Waipa, so do Taituara, so do all those organisations that have lots of money and more staff than what we've got. And I just wonder whether we don't see what falls out of those organisations and we co-sign or add our name to it or say that we support their points or something like that.
Yeah, so
that's
point,
what I'm thinking.
Point 6.3 in the report, I did make mention that whether we explore our neighbours and support maybe their views as an option.
And they'll have the same, they'll have the same concerns as us.
Yeah, and that may well be a good way forward if we want to maybe polish whatever they've got for anything a little more local. We can always do that rather than start from scratch.
Yeah.
But yes, but that again, I suppose the decision is whether you want to or not. I probably haven't asked that direct question in there, but I think that's what the gist of the report was to sort of let you know that there's only less than 4 weeks now, 4 weeks to close of submissions.
It will be interesting to hear what the discussion is in 12 months' time, particularly if National looks like they're going to get into power, because they're threatening, aren't they, to disassemble this whole thing. We'll soon see the people that came to the council meeting first thing this morning. I wonder what their position will be on that, because I don't know how many millions it's cost the country to get to where we are now, and then to turn around in possibly 12 months or 18 months time and overturn it simply because we've got a change in the government. It's going to cost the country megabucks again. So you're in a lose-lose situation in lots of respects, aren't you? And I think Brian, made a very good point. I think probably where something needs to happen, it's just a matter of who does it and who pays for it. And I guess we all know who's going to pay for it. So I think we've gone to the point where we're probably too far down the track to bail out of it. But I think Rodney's point about the lack of democracy throughout this whole process is a valid one, and maybe council might be prepared to at least acknowledge that in some way in the minutes, that that we might support the staff's initiatives and their reports and so on, but council wants to record its opposition to the whole thing, something along those lines. I don't know, just a thought.
Roy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just with regards to the recommendation and us submitting or preparing a submission. I mean, the biggest thing that I'm mostly concerned with the Water Services Entities Bill is I just can't see a clear pathway of representation from our grassroots or even from our governance up to the top. And that's fundamental, that we represent our people, and I just can't see a clear pathway there. Is there? Do I need to? Can somebody point that out to me? Do I need to do more homework on it? But I can't see that clear pathway there. I think we're going to be lost in it.
Well, we've got another meeting to have on the agenda shortly, and we don't have representation at that board other than the feedback that we're going to be looking at today and making a decision on. So there's a sort of a pathway example.
I'll just answer this question.
Yep.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. One of the recommendations from the Rural Technical Working Group was there was a direct contact between the rural water schemes and the water entity. So there was that local voice.
Brian, but before I go to you, Brian, Kai, how are we going with length of time for a meeting?
Yeah, just to answer Roy's question, and as I said, like, this is New Zealand. This is 5 to 6 million people we're talking about over the next 3 years. This is not whether people in this room have a direct input to how the water is for most of the North Island. This is New Zealand getting the best water it can for the whole of New Zealand. So it's a bit bigger picture than our treatment plant down there. To me, it's a lot bigger.
Okay, do I have someone move that the Ōtorohanga District Council receives the report? Sorry. Oh, Brian, you're still
I'm sitting here patiently.
I just wanted to just say a couple of words regarding Mark's reference to borrowing. And I was at a conference last week, and there was a high-level presentation on three waters, and one of the statements that was made was that these new entities would have 5 times the borrowing capacity of all of the combined councils. And I sort of went away and I thought, that's an interesting statement, and I thought about that some more. So I guess for councils, when we borrow, we don't secure that against an asset, because I mean most of our assets are not saleable assets. So we secure it against our power to rate, which is a coercive power that's secured against property. And so when you think about it, it's like every council will have debt parameters in terms of like what their capacity is, debt to equity or total debt to revenue. And so some councils are already at that capacity, and they can't borrow anymore. Hamilton City being one. And so when you combine all those councils together and the power of that combined revenue from those entities, you can see how there's a far greater potential to borrow based on what your total debt could be, what your total assets and your total revenue is. And so that apparently was one of the main drivers around setting these entities up, is we've now got this ability to borrow and spend more money on an aging infrastructure. So sort of just put that out there.
That's right. So Odo's water is $1.71 a cube. Kaiko's is $3.43 a cube. So welcome to Odo paying $3.43.
So I'm not sure what Kaya is noting down in terms of people's commentary about this, but as you know, we don't do verbatim minutes, so we've just been probably a little bit careful. And I haven't really heard in this room that there's one united position, unless I'm wrong, and there is one, and you want some sort of resolution framed up along those lines. Otherwise, there's the 2 recommendations that are in the report. So unless you wanted something along the lines of should the opportunity present itself for councils to take a position on 3 water reform, Ōtorohanga District Council, blank, whatever your position is.
I would like those words what Ōtorohanga District Council is opposed.
Yeah, so
I just put Rodney Darrell's.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Each member wants to put their opposed, and the ones that they think it's a good idea.
We've got some that are saying, from what I'm hearing, that the process, the way it's happened, maybe the loss of democracy, that sort of thing, is where you're feeling that it hasn't gone well, but the actual reform, the end goal is one that you support. So we've maybe got a couple of camps here.
It's hard though, because the end goal, we all want good water, but the end goal of it being those, isn't the same as the end goal that FERC sees, or maybe.
We're all opposed to the loss of the democratic process, but we're not opposed to having the best possible outcome. I mean, and I don't know what the hell is the one.
I don't have no faith in government.
Well, the good thing is government setting up entities so they don't do it.
Yes, government's not running entities.
But who do they report it to?
So seriously, and then the final thing I'd say is, you're standing orders well. You're well within your rights as elected members to put a motion on the table and to see whether it's supported by your colleagues, and then it's a you know, it's adopted. So you can frame something up yourself if you want to, Rodney, or whatever you do. Councillor Dow.
Can we deal with report at hand? Item 263, the three waters reform update. Do I have someone to move that's Councillor Ferguson, thank you, that the Ōtorohanga District Council receives the report titled Three Waters Reform Update and notes that there is provision for Council to lodge a submission to the Select Committee. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Before we move to item 264, resolution to exclude the public. Is there a willingness from the council members? Motion.
Yes. I would like to put a motion that does not support. Sorry, I should have written it down. Do not support three waters in its present form.
Want to know the undemocratic way.
Undemocratic way that.
So, Ōtorohanga District Council does not support the undemocratic process of Three Waters proposal.
Yeah.
Don't know that is going to. It's not. No, not so much that. It's not going. That's not really saying what you were saying, Rodney, because you'll do against anything.
I'm against. You're doing things better. But I'm dead against losing control.
So writing something.
But what I heard from you and from Councillor Ferguson was not the same. You're not supporting it in the same way. Yeah.
Like what I'm saying is, I'll support that we don't agree with the way that they've gone about Three Waters reform and the undemocratic way that's happened. I will not go and say I'm against the Three Waters reform and its pitch that it is.
I feel that we're going to be split.
That's okay. Well, we can vote. We can do that.
We're all
good. We've done that before. So let me just read this. That Ōtorohanga District Council does not support the undemocratic way in which the Three Waters reform process has been conducted. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
It's kind of as simple as that, maybe.
Yeah, we just want to voice that, we're not happy with the process. We're not saying we're not happy with the Three Waters where we're going.
Because we haven't been able to consult it.
Yeah, so we're just voicing our concern that we think it's undemocratic.
Just check with our two people online. Kit and Roy, Councillors Johnson and Jeffries, did you hear that? Are you comfortable with it?
I'm comfortable with it. It's two parts, and we are unhappy with the way that the democratic process has been flawed, I suppose. Yeah. So what?
Could you just repeat it for me, please? I didn't quite hear it, Tania, please.
That Ōtorohanga District Council does not support the undemocratic way in which the Three Waters reform process has been conducted.
Yep. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll move it if you want.
Rodney's
You're stealing Rodney's thunder.
Oh, well, I'll second it then.
There is a motion on the floor from Councillor Dow.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Jeffries. All those in favour?
Or could I have an amendment?
We have to vote on this first.
No, you can have an amendment.
I just want to say without
well enough to know what you do
referring to our communities, without a referendum within our community. I don't want to use the word referendum.
No, because that would have been impractical as well.
I think that's straightforward. That gives our view of it.
It gives gallery an understanding of the action. But in terms of the outcomes, but we're deliberately, we don't have much influence over that. We can't say we're pissed off we haven't got to.
Maybe we should put that. It's probably more my language.
So the motion remains unchanged. Those in favour, just say aye. Any against? Resolution to exclude the public. Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't. I suggest we finish 7 then we'll wait for 10-minute break.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm next.
Yeah, right. Ken.
Yeah, get on with it.
Don't stop the key man.
You, Mark.
May I be excluded?
Yeah. Thank you.
Just a quick one, like been to a few town planning things, put on Saturday for a quick sausage, it was good, and thanks for everything that's been done on that. Did go to the meeting on our behalf with Tanya and myself, the development board, Michelle and Cara. It's the email that Tanya put out was straight to the point. Yes, we did have discussions over other grants and things like that in the future. Nothing was promised, no amounts were talked about. It was just, we weren't happy, we didn't want to own a forest, we didn't want to do this, okay? It was straightforward and I think a very nice little meeting. Yeah. Okay, so that was me. Okay.
Yeah.
I went to the Ōtorohanga Community Board there, went to Ōtorohanga Primary School. They wanted to put someone to so successful in the town, they said. But anyway, that was really successful because the kids of that class are very worried about going to college. I explained how I was nervous too. And they took more of a ride in the truck, so that went down pretty well. You know, went on a regional connections committee, which got landed on some submission committee. But no, because I must have nothing to do, so I was on Zoom for that. But anyway, that looks like town planning. I've been to a couple of town planning meetings. Yeah, came to an earthquake building here. There's a few residents, the buildings in town. It's waiting for earthquake. Yeah, that's about me.
Update, council costs.
I'll go now because the first thing I had was actually quite negative and I thought, oh, that's no good. And it was really about the situation we've just had. So I won't repeat that. I have a question about minutes. Is the decision to cease recording councillors' comments to stop grandstanding on election year? This is a new thing that's come in, isn't it? Where did it come from?
We voted on it. Yeah, because I was against it. What was
And I wasn't here.
You know, you voted for it, against the minutes for the same thing, so that we wouldn't be grandstanding. Because we were on opposite sides of the fence.
I just find it.
I actually remember.
Yeah, I find it funny reading the minutes and the councillors who contributed. Yeah, doesn't make sense. But anyway, seeing as
Here, that's all the last strange through minutes. Yeah. Like we know you.
The recordings aren't saved. Sorry.
it's not recording stuff. Anyway, I think it makes it detracts from the records. That's my stance. And the other one is I attended the workshop for the town centre plan, and I clearly wasn't welcomed by the board chair. As from the minute I came in the building, I was abused, and because I don't live in Ōtorohanga town. So anyway, I would put that in someone else's hands to deal with. And I just want to, we talked about housing trust. I know I've mentioned it before over the years, I like the idea of having more social housing. Have we ever talked about having a housing trust? Have we never found the need to have a housing trust? Well, I would like to see something happen because I think there's an awful lot of people who struggle to have decent housing. And I guess that was, I'm running out of time now, so what are some of the issues are not going to happen. unless someone else picks it up. And the last one is, I hope that we will carry on supporting the community patrols that we've given a little bit of money to each year, because they're doing a darn good job. Citizens are contributing, and they, because a lot of properties now have their own cameras, and so they share the information. And so it is starting to crack down on the thefts, especially in the rural areas, which seems to be ongoing.
Just a normal community board meeting and the town concept plan. Only thing, and quite interesting that Brian brought up what was discussed, and I think ODB asked for the discussion to put in writing, because what they took out of that meeting was something different. Yeah. Yeah, and then just been busy helping organise Matariki at Rotary Park this Friday. And if you're all in town, it would be cool to see you there.
Sure.
Yes, I won't abuse you. I'll welcome you to town. Yeah, that's all.
So we've had zone 2, as Councillor Johnson said, that was actually a really good, really good to see Harvey in a much better light than what we had through Te Waka prior. He seems to have found, I don't know, his niche with the Waikato Wellbeing Project, and it was much better explained and much better. Yeah, I thought would be, and I think Roy, you were with us when we were at one at Waikato Collective, and the Waikato Wellbeing Project was delivered, but yeah, not with the same depth and passion that Harvey was managed to give to it. There was a little bit of dissent there. There were 7 councils there that were in members of the councils for like the dissenting. Yeah. But everyone managed to get round that and realise that they needed to speak with a really reasonably coordinated voice. And the same with once we got to rural and provincial last week, where I stood in for his mayor, his worship rather, not with a speech delivery. Yeah, there were people in the room who had other opinions, but the effort that rural and provincial need, well, LGNC need to go to put it, to make sure that our opinions are getting to central government as well recognised. So, in fact, they spent some time on getting some consensus on which issues were, or what were issues for us, and how they were going to address them as well. Civil Defence Joint Committee meeting, at which one of the things that came up, I think it was this one or the last one, was that minutes were only going to be resolutions, given that everything was recorded. And so if you want to know the background behind the resolutions, you need to go to the recording room. And the town planning days I got to on Saturday, yeah, really good to see the report from the consultants and the community at large. So that's me, and we'll go to item 264, resolution to exclude. I'll second that, and thank you.